Chapter 1051. Icy Spirit Frost Liquid. More than 1,000 bottles, they've all been thrown in. This kid is really wasting God's gift recklessly. After discovering that the more than 1,000 jade bottles were filled with icy spirit frost liquid, Enchanting and the heaven-devouring dragon lost control of their emotions. Their faces were full of dumbfounded expressions, and the shock in their hearts was even more unparalleled. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yang would be willing to throw more than 1,000 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss without even blinking an eye. This was too rich. Seeing this scene, the heaven-devouring dragon couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he knew that Xiao Yang would throw so much icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss, he would rather Xiao Yang give the icy spirit frost liquid to him. He would naturally use it in the most beneficial way, but looking at the scene before him, it was too late for him to regret. The moment the icy spirit frost liquid was thrown into the latent dragon abyss, an extremely terrifying yin qi suddenly spread out. The surface of the latent dragon abyss was quickly frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the area hundreds of feet below the latent dragon abyss was also filled with ice. A terrifying aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, Enchanting and the heaven-devouring dragon could clearly feel that the yin qi in the latent dragon abyss had not only returned to its original peak, but was even more terrifying than before. The icy spirit frost liquid was indeed a creation of heaven and earth. This kind of power was much more terrifying than the sea tribe's accumulation of countless years. After throwing more than 1,000 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss, Xiao Yang's expression didn't change at all. To the current Xiao Yang, the icy spirit frost liquid was really not a precious thing. After all, as long as he had the extreme cold ice soul in hand, he could naturally have as much icy spirit frost liquid as he wanted. When Xiao Yang turned around, he found the heaven-devouring dragon looking at him with an embarrassed smile. Seeing the puzzled expression on Xiao Yang's face, the heaven-devouring dragon said awkwardly, "Elder Xiao, this time around, the heaven-devouring flood dragon had called out Xiao Yang's status as an elder the moment it opened its mouth. In an instant, the relationship between both parties had become much closer. I wonder if you have any more icy spirit frost liquid? If possible, I hope you can. If you need the icy spirit liquid, I have 100 bottles here. Take it as a token of my appreciation for lending you the hidden dragon abyss." Upon hearing the words of the heaven-devouring flood dragon, Xiao Yang instantly understood. Without any hesitation, he gently waved his hand. Immediately, rays of light once again flew out from the storage ring and floated in front of the heaven-devouring flood dragon. The latter was also startled by Xiao Yang's generous action. Soon after, it hurriedly kept the 100 jade bottles with joy and gratitude. Although the icy spirit glacial fluid wasn't of much use to him, it was a great help to the younger generation of the Sea Serpent clan. The bloodline of the Sea Serpent clan was cold to begin with. With the help of the icy spirit frost liquid, the cultivation of the younger generation of the Sea Serpent clan would definitely increase by another level. This was crucial to the future of the Sea Serpent clan. To one side, Enchanting gently curled his lips. Afterward, he looked at Xiao Yang and glanced him up and down. He smiled. "Not bad, kid. Not bad, kid. You've reached the mid-origin transformation realm in just 4 years. From your aura, you shouldn't be too far away from the late origin transformation realm. Strange, if you had borrowed the energy earlier, you should have been able to reach the late origin transformation realm." Enchanting laughed softly in his mouth. However, he quickly discovered something suspicious. He believed that Xiao Yang definitely had the ability to break through to the advanced level of the origin transformation realm, but why did he not? Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everything has to be done slowly. With that, Xiao Yang grinned. However, he sighed inside. Late origin transformation was not the only thing he could do. If he wanted to, he could break through to returnance in a single stroke. However, he would not be able to endure the consequences of doing so. However, Xiao Yang was extremely satisfied with how things were right now. "Oh, right. I wonder if that kid Bloodcrown has returned or not. He used to come here every day, wanting to know when you would emerge. Now that you've emerged, that kid has disappeared without a trace. He he. As if he had thought of something, the heavens-devouring dragon returned to his senses and gently smiled as he shook his head. Compared to Xiao Yang, his son was far too disappointing. After 4 years, he had only broken through to early origin transformation a few months ago. Compared to Xiao Yang, there was basically no comparison between the two of them. Is Blood Crown not here? A brilliance immediately blossomed on Xiao Yang's face when Shui Mian was mentioned. Always interacting with old people had caused him to forget that he was merely a young person. Only by walking together with Shui Mian and the others would he be able to feel a relaxed feeling without any pressure. At the very least, he did not need to play any tricks. Haha, that kid has gone out with Ling Er. Recently, something seems to have been discovered in the depths of the Northern Sea, which has attracted quite a few people. The two of them have gone with each other to see what's going on. I've already sent people to follow them, so they'll be fine, Hai Zhantian laughed. Hai Zhantian laughed. He was too lazy to care about the matters of the youngsters. However, after experiencing the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, he became more careful. Whenever Hai Ling Er went out, there would be experts from the sea race following and protecting her. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd see Brother Xiao Yang emerge as soon as I return. Brother Xiao, welcome back. However, it was also at this moment that a hearty laugh suddenly rang out above the stone platform. Afterwards, the space beside the heavens-devouring dragon distorted slightly, and Blood Crown appeared. Brother Blood Crown. The two of them immediately gave each other a big hug as soon as they saw each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two of them seemed to have discovered the other two beside them and immediately smiled awkwardly. Afterward, Blood Crown began to tell the three of them about what he had seen and heard on his trip. 2 months ago, not long after Blood Crown had broken through to the origin transformation realm, a dense, poisonous fog had suddenly spread out from an uninhabited island in the depths of the Northern Sea. The poison within the fog was so strong that even some Do Di would not be able to avoid it. There had even been a Do Di who had died from the poison. It was also from that moment onward that the originally desolate and uninhabited island had drawn the attention of various experts in the North Sea. A few days ago, quite a few powerful poison masters in the Northern Sea had rushed over after hearing the news and surrounded the island. The most eye-catching thing was that there was no lack of origin transformation experts among the poison masters. Not long ago, quite a number of experts had launched attacks on the island. After many attempts, the poison fog on the island had finally dissipated by more than half. At the same time, the reason for the poison fog spreading was also exposed in front of everyone's eyes. The one who had released the poison fog was not some strange flower or grass, nor was it some high-rank magical beast. It was a person. A woman in a long white dress who appeared as beautiful and moving as an epiphyllum. What shocked everyone even more was that after the poison masters had identified her, they had discovered that the reason this woman could release such a frightening poison fog was because of her naturally frightening physique. Woeful poison body. It was also at this moment that a pretty figure suddenly appeared in Xiao Yang's mind after hearing Blood Crown's description. Could it be her? The thought that suddenly rose in his heart caused Xiao Yang to feel an inexplicable uneasiness from the bottom of his heart. However, Xiao Yang still insisted that she should still be there at this moment. It was impossible for her to encounter such danger. That's right, all of you should take a look at this. A light flashed in Blood Crown's palm as he spoke. A deep blue bead was crushed by him the moment it appeared. Soon after, a clear image appeared in front of the four of them. What was shown in the image was a battle with a great disparity in strength. The battlefield was that small island. When Xiao Yang clearly saw the information that was displayed in the image, the uneasiness in his heart was instantly magnified. At the same time, an emotion that was a mixture of shock and fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart with a loud bang, especially when his gaze saw the extremely beautiful lady wearing a long white dress in the battleground. At the same time, an emotion that was mixed with shock and fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart with a loud bang. The woman who had appeared in the image was someone who should have been living on the Dochi continent. Little Fairy Doctor. Chapter 1052. Little Fairy Doctor. Xiao Yang was flying forward at full speed on the boundless sea. The powerful wind pressure stirred up layers of huge waves in the sea below. Xiao Yang's figure had already disappeared from the edge of one's sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yang had already carefully inquired about the exact location of the island from Xue Mian when they had left the bottom of the sea earlier. Xue Mian's heart suddenly trembled when he saw the fury in Xiao Yang's eyes that could not be suppressed. He did not dare to hesitate even a little as he hurriedly pointed in the direction of the small island. Soon after, Xiao Yang's frightening speed once again shocked Xue Mian when his body rushed forward. After the heaven-devouring serpent by the side informed him of Xiao Yang's current cultivation, it appeared as though an enormous hammer had violently struck his chest, causing him to be unable to breathe. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. As for the current Xiao Yang, he did not have the mood to bother about these things. His mind was currently filled with the little fairy doctor. He did not know why the latter had come here, but his heart was unable to remain calm when he saw that she had fallen into danger. With his mid-origin transformation realm cultivation, the Heaven's End steps, and the winged elephant art, Xiao Yang's speed had reached an unimaginable level. According to what Xue Mian had said, it would take at least 2 hours for an origin transformation expert to travel from the bottom of the sea to the small island. However, Xiao Yang had used all his strength to travel for less than an hour before a small island appeared in the distance. At the same time, the densely packed figures in the sky also appeared in Xiao Yang's vision. These people had come for the woeful poison body. Regardless of what kind of motive they had, they were all people who could be killed and should be killed by Xiao Yang at this moment. Dragons had reverse scales. Those who touched them would be enraged. Xiao Yang's reverse scales were the people he wanted to protect. At the same time, on the island, a group of people were wearing strange smiles as they stared at the beautiful woman who was covered in wounds. Their eyes were filled with greed and lust. The woeful poison body is indeed different. Although she is only a 3-star Do Di, she can actually unleash a strength that far exceeds her cultivation. After breaking through to the Do Di level, even the poison in her body has become much stronger. Although we have wasted quite a lot of time, we have finally seen through this girl's strength. If we can find a way to transfer her constitution to our bodies and split it apart, not only will we be able to increase our strength, but we will also be able to prevent the poison from invading our hearts. This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not just 2. I can see that this woman is a rare beauty. Following the strange laughter, a couple of bearded old men wearing long purple robes slowly approached the extremely weak woman in front of them with lewd smiles on their faces. An unwillingness and fury involuntarily surfaced on the woman's pale pretty face when she heard the obscene words being emitted from the mouths of these few people. The back of her teeth violently bit the tip of her tongue. A bloody scent immediately spread in her mouth. At the same time, a dark purple glow surged from deep within her dim pretty eyes. Are you planning to go all out? I don't like to play with people to death. Among the 5 people who slowly walked forward, a short and fat old man with a small beard laughed in a lewd manner. His body immediately moved. His short and fat body arrived in front of the woman at an unusual speed. His large oily hand was extended forward in an attempt to grab the snow-white neck of the woman. The latter's delicate body suddenly flashed at this moment. She seemed to have narrowly dodged the large hand of the short and fat old man. However, immediately after, a large piece of the long silk dress that was hanging on the lady's shoulder was forcefully torn off. Immediately, a large area of snow-white spring scenery was immediately exposed in the air. It's only fun when it's torn to pieces. The short and fat old man laughed loudly. He deeply inhaled the fragrant scent of the torn dress in his hand before grabbing at the woman's body once again. Swish! Just as the short and fat old man turned around, a dark purple Do-Chi pillar viciously sliced towards the short and fat old man's throat at lightning speed. Bang! However, the woman's attack was casually broken by the short and fat old man. At the same time, milky white Genesis Chi swiftly swirled around the old man's body. Humph, not bad, not bad. You still have the courage to launch an attack in such a situation. What an intense wild horse. However, the wilder the horse, the more thrilling it will be to conquer. A lewd laugh was followed by the other 4 people behind him. At the same time, the short and fat old man's body suddenly flashed, appearing in front of the woman at lightning speed. Under the latter's shocked gaze, a palm was sent flying. In the end, despite the woman's best efforts to dodge, it still landed on her right shoulder. Ugh! Fresh blood splattered. The instant it was spat out, it transformed into a blood arrow that ruthlessly pierced towards the short and fat old man's forehead. Stubborn. This time, the short and fat old man simply snorted coldly. His body shook and a powerful aura immediately swept out, shattering the blood arrow that was heading towards him. At the same time, it once again smashed into the delicate body of the lady that was flying backwards. Immediately, the little dough chi that had just agglomerated within her body suddenly scattered. At the same time, the aura of her entire person also instantly fell to the bottom. The moment her lovely body fell to the ground, bright red fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Her entire person immediately lost all of her fighting strength. Ha ha ha, the short and fat old man descended with a smile on his face. He walked in front of the woman and a lewd light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the pretty figure lying on the ground. He bent his body and grabbed at the woman's body. Although the woman was not unconscious at this moment, her delicate body could not move at all. She could only watch as the fat hand of the short and fat old man came closer and closer to her body. In the end, swoosh, just as the woman tightly shut her pretty eyes and was prepared to muster all of her strength to seek death, a sharp piercing sound suddenly sounded in this world. Almost at the same time, a dark black flowing light instantly flew in front of the short and fat old man. At the same time, the latter's body also suddenly stiffened. Ah! Soon after, a deafening miserable cry immediately sounded. Only then did everyone present look towards the source of the sound, only to see that the right hand that the short and fat old man had just extended, along with half of his arm, had disappeared without a trace at this very moment. Only scarlet fresh blood continued to spray out. As for the pretty lady that was lying in front of him a moment ago, she had also disappeared at this very moment. When everyone's gazes hurriedly swept over, they saw that not far in front of the short and fat old man, a black-robed young man was gently placing the woman in his embrace on a flat rock behind him. After which, he slowly turned around and raised his head. His extremely cold gaze swept over everyone present. Damn it! It's you. You broke my hand. I want you to die. The short and fat old man, who was on the verge of going crazy due to the pain, crazily roared. His body was about to charge forward. At the same time, the four purple-robed people behind him and some of the experts behind them also looked at each other with gloomy expressions. They were about to charge explosively towards Xiao Yang. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yang, whose expression was extremely ice-cold, suddenly took a step forward. A powerful aura and pressure immediately swept out. At the same time, an extremely cold voice was spat out from his mouth. Whoever moves, dies. Chapter 1053. Whoever moves will die. Ji Han's words rang in the ears of everyone present, but they were quickly followed by a roar of laughter. As for the 5 purple-robed individuals at the very front of the group, their faces were filled with disdain as they released the boundless energy within their bodies and charged towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's expression did not change in the face of the 5 people who were charging over. The ice-cold killing intent in his eyes became increasingly exuberant. When he saw that the short and fat old man at the front of the group was about to arrive in front of him, Xiao Yang's right hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. A frightening force agglomerated in his palm in an instant. At the same time, the turbulent and surging energy within the vortex within his body suddenly surged up at this moment. A pale blue flame surged out from deep within his eyes. Soon after, a punch was thrown toward the short and fat old man who was swiftly charging over. Boom! Fist and palm collided, causing a muffled sound to ring out. Terrifying force wrapped in Genesis Chi viciously slammed into the short and fat elder's other hand. The powerful force instantly broke the elder's arm with an unstoppable force, while the remaining force rushed into the elder's body. With a loud bang, the short and fat elder's body was sent flying uncontrollably, his aura fading away as he fell silent. Old 5. The expressions of the 4 individuals immediately changed when they saw that the short and fat elder had been sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Yang. They quickly turned their heads as their chilling gazes landed on Xiao Yang. Bastard, Where did this stinking brat come from? To think that he dared to injure old Five, he deserves to die. Attack together, kill this brat. A voice that contained a viciousness was spat out. Soon after, the 4 purple-robed people once again charged toward Xiao Yang. All 4 of them were origin transformation experts. One of them had even reached the intermediate level of the origin transformation realm, which was not inferior to Xiao Yang. Now that the 4 of them had attacked together, a frightening aura that seemed to cover the sky pressed down on Xiao Yang. The powerful pressure that shook one's soul pressed down on Xiao Yang to the point that it was difficult for him to breathe. Even so, Xiao Yang did not retreat in the slightest in the face of the 4's combined attacks. Instead, his body violently jerked as 3 giant phantoms of different colors swiftly condensed behind him. They quickly shrank back, covering the surface of Xiao Yang's body layer by layer. Force Elephant Art, Golden Elephant Art, Wing Elephant Art. The 3 elephant art was used together. A tyrannical aura that could reach the sky immediately spread from Xiao Yang's body, causing even the ground beneath his feet to buzz and tremble. Ha! Not only that, Xiao Yang emitted an explosive cry from his mouth at the same time the 3 elephant skill was used. A frightening force and pressure immediately swept out from his body and met the pressure of the 4 people head-on. Bang! With a muffled sound, the pressure of the 4's auras was single-handedly blocked by Xiao Yang. Next, the 4 looked at each other before their figures rapidly flashed, appearing in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. One of them waved his hand, Genesis Chi gathering in his palm as he viciously sent a palm strike towards Xiao Yang's chest. Behind him, the other 3 followed like shadows, their moves mysterious as they attacked Xiao Yang from different directions. Wing Elephant Art. Xiao Yang let out a low cry in his heart. His body immediately flashed swiftly and freely shuttled between the 4 of them, easily dodging the combined attacks of the 4 of them. At the same time, a fist heavily smashed into the chest of one of them. A grug sound was heard. At the same time, fresh blood sprayed out and that human figure flew out uncontrollably. Soon after, the other 3 people were also sent flying by Xiao Yang using the same method. However, their fates were undoubtedly much better when compared to the former. Given Xiao Yang's current cultivation, his speed was basically invincible amongst those of the same cultivation level when using the Wing Elephant Art and Heaven Extinction Step. In particular, the Wing Elephant Art could not only increase one's movement speed, but also increase one's speed in all aspects. Be it the transfer of energy, the formation of Do skills or the speed of one's attacks, all of them could be described as demonic. If Xiao Yang were to face off against someone of the same cultivation level, his opponent would definitely not be his match. As for late-stage origin transformation experts, Xiao Yang wanted to give it a try if he were to encounter them one day. He wanted to see just where his current limit was. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang was only thinking about how to kill these people. Of course, this also included those who had made their moves earlier but had stopped in the end. He had said before that whoever moved would die. He would do as he said. Damned brat, don't be complacent too early. You want to fight 1 against 4? Aren't you thinking too simply? The 4 figures gathered together in a sorry state. Each of them looked at each other, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of their mouths. The chi and blood in their bodies were churning, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. They never thought that this brat who had suddenly appeared would actually possess such strength. Not only did he cause their 5th brother to lose the ability to fight, he had also caught them unprepared. However, even though this was the case, one should not forget that apart from being origin transformation experts, they were also 4 poison masters. 4 origin transformation poison masters. Attack together, use the corpse-sucking poison. The mid-origin transformation expert among the 4 gave a low shout. The 4 immediately nodded their heads and began forming seals again. At the same time, the milky white Genesis Chi that originally lingered around their bodies strangely turned purple as sizzling sounds rang out from time to time. The 4 waved their hands and purple Genesis Chi began to swirl, swiftly condensing into a large flock of crows in the air. The crows let out strange cries as they viciously charged towards Xiao Yang. Caw 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 caw, the 4 worked together, causing the purple Genesis chi to transform into countless purple crows that covered the sky as they swooped down towards Xiao Yang. The tremendous number of crows was akin to a giant purple cloud, a sight that would cause anyone who saw it to feel a chill run down their spine. Xiao Yang remained unmoved in the face of this. His body stood straight on the spot. He clenched his right hand and 4 long, black-colored steel needles were agglomerated between his fingers. Just as the countless number of crows were charging over, Xiao Yang suddenly waved his sleeves. Immediately, a pale blue flame pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a long spear that violently charged into the group of crows from the front. A frightening high temperature immediately spread apart. This group of crows that blotted out the sky and covered the land also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ugh! Almost at the same time, a pitch-black figure flashed past the 4 of them in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, the bodies of the 4 of them trembled. After which, they did not make any more movements. At the same time, the life that had existed in their eyes a moment ago was also gone. Quickly following this, Xiao Yang slowly raised his gaze. His gaze once again landed on those people who had moved their feet earlier. Terror soon followed. Chapter 1054. Miserable cries continuously sounded on the island. Numerous lifeless bodies fell from the sky uncontrollably. A long while later, nearly half of the so-called high-class Di on the battlefield had been killed by Xiao Yang. Only at this moment did he stop panting. He turned his head around and looked at the white-dressed lady lying on the huge rock. It was the little fairy doctor. Even though he was physically and mentally exhausted, Xiao Yang still parted his mouth and smiled. His body moved and he was about to fly towards the little fairy doctor below. However, at this moment, swoosh, a shocking energy rainbow penetrated Xiao Yang's body in an instant. Soon after, a surprised sound was suddenly emitted from the sky not far behind. An old man hidden under a black robe raised his head with a surprised expression. He looked at Xiao Yang's location only to see that Xiao Yang's body had scattered into an invisible light spot and disappeared from this world. An after-image? The old man's pupils shrunk slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yang, who had already expended a lot of energy, would actually be able to dodge his sudden attack. Kai. In the next moment, a rushing wind sound suddenly sounded in this world. The old man's expression immediately changed and he hurriedly moved to dodge. However, a corner of his black robe was still torn apart by the flowing light. The old man's expression sank as he looked at the corner of his black robe that had been torn apart. He raised his eyes and saw a black-robed young man floating in the air not far away. The young man's face carried an ice-cold expression as he stared at the old man. Since you were able to dodge my attack just now, I believe that you should have discovered me long ago. The old man took off the black robe on his body and revealed a skinny dark face. A pair of shady old eyes stared straight at Xiao Yang. His tone carried a strange smile as he spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Yang was non-committal and did not pay much attention to him. He waved his right hand and a raging flame immediately rose from his palm. The temperature of the world also suddenly changed at this moment. Heavenly flame, as he gazed at the blazing flame on Xiao Yang's hand, a greedy glint appeared in the old man's sinister eyes. Compared to the lady in white dress, the heavenly flame in Xiao Yang's hand was even more tempting to him. If it was not for this, it was likely that he would have to delay the timing of his attack. My friend, why don't you give me the heavenly flame and I'll let you leave with her? Suddenly, the old man grinned and said without any trace of politeness. Kai. However, the old man's words were met with a merciless flaming light from Xiao Yang. The stream of light pierced through the air and appeared before the old man in the blink of an eye. It was about to land on the old man's body, but the old man still looked indifferent. He looked at the stream of light that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes with an indifferent expression. Just as the stream of light was about to land on the old man's body, a thick arm suddenly shot out from thin air. Wrapped in Genesis Chi, the arm destroyed the stream of light with a single punch. Next, 3 muscular figures appeared in front of the old man one after another. Xiao Yang's eyes swept over and his heart immediately became cold. The 3 large men who had appeared at this moment were all origin transformation experts. Their auras were not weaker than the 5 people from before. Hihi, how is it? Have you thought it through? Although you were quick in killing those fellows earlier, you must have used up quite a lot of energy, right? What's more, you've also killed those small fries. In your current state, if you're unwilling to hand over the heavenly flame to us 4 origin transformation experts, I really don't know how you'll survive. Therefore, I advise you to obediently hand over the heavenly flame to this old man and I can spare your life. The old man in black robes smiled as he walked out from behind the trio. The instant his words rang out, vast and boundless spiritual force instantly swept out like a storm, viciously descending on Xiao Yang's head. The expressions of everyone present abruptly changed when they sensed the terror of the spiritual force. The old man's spiritual force was at least Tier 5. Tier 5 spiritual force. How about it, are you willing? The old man seemed to be very satisfied with the shocked gazes around him. His hands were behind his back, giving him the appearance of an expert. However, his actions were rather shameless. Of course, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no distinction between good and evil. The spiritual pressure that descended on Xiao Yang's head became even more powerful after the black-robed, old man's words sounded. However, Xiao Yang's expression did not change even a little. Immediately afterwards, just as the old man in black robes was about to exert more pressure, Xiao Yang suddenly snorted coldly. Immediately, a terrifying spiritual force that was even more powerful than the old man's suddenly turned into an invisible storm of energy, sweeping through the surroundings. At the same time, it forced the old man in black robes to take several steps back. The instant he raised his head, a deep shock immediately surged into the eyes of the black-robed old man. The expression on his face suddenly changed drastically. Even the 3 large, strong men behind him and the various strong people around him also had faces of disbelief as they eyed Xiao Yang in the arena. Tier 5 spiritual force. This brat actually has Tier 5 spiritual force as well. Damn it, so what if you have Class 5 spiritual force as well? I refuse to believe that you can defeat 4 origin transformation experts by yourself. With a loud shout, the 3 origin transformation experts behind the old man immediately stepped forward. Their powerful presences swept out without holding back at all. With a single movement, they turned into 3 streaks of light and arrived before Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. They all swung their large fists and viciously punched at Xiao Yang. Bang! 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 Soon after, 3 muffled booms rang out. The 3 origin transformation experts could not help but let out miserable cries as their burly bodies were sent flying uncontrollably. In the end, they heavily smashed into the small island below. Immediately, everyone present raised their eyes with stunned faces. They saw 3 human figures standing in front of Xiao Yang at this moment. A powerful aura spread out from their bodies, causing the expressions of everyone on the island to change drastically. Judging from the presences of the 3 people who had suddenly appeared, they were all late-stage origin transformation expert. However, just as everyone's gazes landed on the 3 people, figures descended from the sky to Xiao Yang's left and right. There were actually over 100 of them, and these 100 people, without exception, were all origin transformation realm expert. 100 origin transformation experts. A group of trash dares to touch an elder of the Sea Clan in the territory of the Sea Clan. This is unforgivable. Kill them. Chapter 1055. Deep within the Northern Sea, within Xiao Yang's dormitory in the Sea Shark tribe. At this moment, an extremely beautiful lady in a long white dress was lying flat on the bed. Her pretty eyes were tightly shut. With every breath she took, there was natural energy flowing into her body. This lady was the little fairy doctor who had been rescued by Xiao Yang from the small island. At that time, due to the latter's severe injuries, the latter had already fallen unconscious after Xiao Yang had rescued her. Fortunately, with the medicinal pill that Xiao Yang had fed her, the injuries within the little fairy doctor's body had already improved. It was likely that she would be able to wake up from her coma soon. As for a complete recovery, it was likely that it would still require a couple of days. Beside the bed, Xiao Yang's gaze was calm as he watched the pretty person lying flat in front of him. The emotion in his heart involuntarily became a little excited. He did not expect that he would actually be able to meet one of the few friends he had in this foreign land. This was really a small world where one would meet each other. However, while Xiao Yang was feeling surprised in his heart, he also thought of Zun at this moment. Compared to Xiao Yang and the little fairy doctor, the latter was currently being imprisoned by a group of experts with unknown identities. Xiao Yang was still unaware of her exact situation. Hun Clan. Xiao Yang immediately clenched his fist tightly when he thought of this. It was unexpected that he was still unable to shake off that group of detestable things even after coming to this place. It was also at this moment that the originally unconscious little fairy doctor on the bed suddenly frowned slightly. A slight muffled snort was emitted from her nose. Immediately, a pair of beautiful moving eyes slowly opened. The sudden movement of the little fairy doctor immediately attracted Xiao Yang's attention. His gaze looked over and coincidentally met the eyes of the little fairy doctor, who had just opened her eyes. Immediately, two emotions uncontrollably surged out from the bottom of the two people's heart. Xiao Yang. The little fairy doctor ignored the injuries on her body as she suddenly stood up and pounced into Xiao Yang's embrace. At this moment, the tears in the eyes of this woeful poison lady, who had quite a great reputation in the outside world, involuntarily surged out of her eyes. They followed her beautiful face and rolled down. A sobbing sound immediately sounded in Xiao Yang's embrace. The action of the lady appeared to be venting all the grievances she had suffered during this period of time as she cried without caring about anything. The fairy doctor's actions caught Xiao Yang off guard. The expression on his face froze for a while. Only then did he hesitantly embrace the fairy doctor in his embrace, allowing the latter to cry in grievance. He completely did not notice that the door behind him had been opened at some point in time, and a young man and woman were standing there with faces of astonishment. Originally, Xue Mian and Hai Ling had only come to take a look at the situation. It was unexpected that they would see such a scene the moment they opened the door. It really caught them off guard. The two of them quietly withdrew. It was a long while later before the little fairy doctor finally left Xiao Yang's embrace with reddened eyes. The two of them exchanged glances and a bright red color immediately surfaced on the little fairy doctor's pretty face. Xiao Yang also felt a little embarrassed. He calmed himself down before asking the little fairy doctor why she had appeared on that island. The little fairy doctor only withdrew her mind after hearing Xiao Yang's question. While she was thinking in her heart, her pretty face involuntarily revealed an expression of hatred and self-blame. After which, she told Xiao Yang about the matter that had occurred on the Dochi continent a couple of years ago. Xiao Yang, from the way they dressed back then, it is very likely that the two of them are members of the Hun clan. Bang! The chair that Xiao Yang was sitting on was instantly blasted apart just as the little fairy doctor's final sentence left her mouth. His body also suddenly stood up. A wild and violent killing intent suddenly surged out from within his body. It actually turned into an invisible aura that lingered around his body. The expression on the little fairy doctor's pretty face immediately changed when she sensed this biting cold killing intent. A gloomy expression flashed deep within her pretty eyes. However, she quickly recovered, raised her eyes to look at Xiao Yang, and said with a frown, "Xiao Yang. Although I can roughly recognize that they are members of the Hun clan, I am unable to tell where they came from." Ghost Temple Gate. Xiao Yang inhaled a deep breath of air. He forcefully suppressed the wild killing intent within his heart. After which, he spoke with a pause between each word. Ghost Temple Gate. The little fairy doctor frowned and voiced her doubts. It is those damn things that have captured Zun. Their target is the Chushi ancient god's jade again. It is the Chushi ancient god's jade again? The little fairy doctor's heart was startled. The Chushi ancient god's jade. Back then, it was because of this thing that the entire Dochi continent had turned into an uproar. It had even nearly sent the entire continent into a sea of fire. Originally, they thought that this matter would come to an end after Hun Tiendi was sealed by Xiao Yang. However, it was unexpected that there was actually another faction in this distant foreign world who had already set their sights on the Chushi ancient god's jade while they thought that everything had come to an end. Even though there was a continent between them, these fellows were still unwilling to give up and had chased over. After which, Xiao Yang recounted the matter of the chief of the ghost hall and how he had met Zun to the little fairy doctor. An extremely cold murderous intent was immediately revealed on the little fairy doctor's face when she heard that those fellows had actually used Zun as a hostage to threaten Xiao Yang. This was especially the case after she recalled the tactics of the ghost hall. Her heart was certain that these fellows were definitely members of the Hun clan. Such tactics were no different from kidnapping Xiao Yang's father, Xiao Zhon, back then. This group of things that are neither human nor ghost. All they do is steal and do shady things. They really deserve to die. The little fairy doctor cursed furiously in her heart. However, Xiao Yang gradually calmed his heart. The wild killing intent that filled his eyes gradually disappeared. Although he was worried about Zun, he also knew that he needed to first possess great strength if he wanted to rescue Zun. Only by possessing a powerful cultivation that was sufficient to shake the Ghost Temple sect would he have the chance to rescue Zun. Otherwise, regardless of how furious he was, it would ultimately be useless. Hence, rather than daydreaming, it was more important to think of a way to raise his own cultivation. After Xiao Yang withdrew from the room, he discovered that Xue Crown and Hai Ling were currently seated in the courtyard. The corners of their mouths contained an unknown smile as they watched Xiao Yang walk out of the room. Xiao Yang was involuntarily startled when he noticed the strange gazes of these two people. He looked at his own body, but there did not seem to be any changes. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yang to be a little surprised. When Xiao Yang walked closer, Xue Crown immediately had a mocking expression as he ridiculed him. He, old brother Xiao Yang, the one inside, is your wife. Chapter 1056. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Xue Mion's sudden question, Xiao Yang was immediately startled. He forcefully coughed out the half of the breath he had just inhaled in his chest. His old face also instantly turned red. Hai Ling who was by the side, could not help but reveal a pair of small canine teeth as she laughed in a lovely manner. Big brother Xiao Yang, we saw it just now. You and the big sister inside were hugging each other. Hai Ling words allowed Xiao Yang to instantly understand. No wonder Xue Mion would suddenly have such a question. It was actually because of this. You two fellows. After a long while, Xiao Yang finally recovered with a bitter smile on his face. He shook his head at the two people in front of him and said, "She's not my wife, then she is my lover." Although Hai Ling was usually considered quiet, that was only in front of the elders. When she was among the same generation, especially after she was no longer restricted by Xiao Yang's title of joint elder, she immediately became much more lively. However, sometimes, she seemed to be a little too lively. Hearing this, Xiao Yang still shook his head and smiled. His face immediately recovered its serious expression and said, "She is my best friend." This simple sentence carried an extremely heavy weight in Xiao Yang's heart. In one's life, there were countless people that one had met and befriended. The number of people that one could hang out with and drink with was even more innumerable. However, the number of people that one could truly call one's friends were very few. This principle was absolute. No matter where one went, it was the same. Xiao Yang did not have many friends. If one counted carefully, it was likely that one could count them all with two hands. However, even so, these people were worthy of Xiao Yang protecting with his life. The little fairy doctor happened to be in this list. After Xiao Yang's words sounded, the two people in front of him did not say anything else. Even with Hai Ling playful nature, she could also see a different feeling from Xiao Yang's eyes. After which, Xue Mion immediately changed the topic in order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward. Xiao Yang also withdrew his thoughts and chatted with the two of them with a smile on his face. At the same time, in front of the tightly shut door in the dormitory, the pale-faced little fairy doctor also turned around in a lonely manner. Her movements were slow and stiff as she returned to the bed. A mist once again surfaced in her beautiful eyes. 2 days later, Xiao Yang and the little fairy doctor set off and left the northern sea. Originally, Xiao Yang hoped that the little fairy doctor could stay for a few more days. It would not be too late to leave after her injuries had healed. However, the little fairy doctor kept saying that it was fine and that she wanted to take a look at the outside world. Xiao Yang could not change her mind for the time being. At the same time, An inexplicable feeling of worry rose in his heart. As a result, the two of them left the bottom of the sea. Because the little fairy doctor was still injured, Xiao Yang asked Enchanting to act. He easily summoned an origin transformation realm deep-sea beast for the two of them. The two of them sat on the beast's back and headed to the northern wastelands. On the way, when they passed by Beihai College, Xiao Yang could not help but stop. Under the little fairy doctor's accompaniment, he once again ascended to the peak of the mountain. The strongest person in Beihai College, Shui Miao, the fellow called Chen, seemed to know that Xiao Yang would come. He was actually waiting for the latter here. The two of them chatted for a while. They were both happy and passionate. These feelings could not be considered as enmity, but it was the rarest sincerity between true opponents. In addition, Xiao Yang was shocked to discover that the statue of the Chu Shi ancient emperor that originally stood at the peak of the mountain had strangely disappeared into the mountain, leaving behind only the huge stone platform in the sky. Now, that place had become another training ground for Beihai College. In the entire academy, it was likely that only the elders in the elder's seat knew a little about the unusual change in the statue. However, there was no one who could explain it. On top of feeling helpless, Xiao Yang bid farewell to Shui Miao and once again stepped onto the road. For the rest of the journey, with the giant beast leading the way, their speed was much faster than when they first entered the North Sea a few years ago. In just half a month's time, the two of them were not far from Northern Army City. Interestingly, along the way, they once again encountered a ship from Ryuzawa Square. This time, it was actually their boss, Liu Jin, who was leading the way. Unfortunately, they encountered a terrifying magical beast at the origin transformation realm. The ship was almost destroyed by that beast. When they saw the second giant beast rapidly approaching, despair appeared on their faces. However, they were shocked to see that the fellow that attacked their ship was actually forcefully killed by the other magical beast. Its powerful strength cut the magical beast in half. In the blink of an eye, the danger that enveloped the entire Ryuzawa Square was easily resolved. Soon after, Liu Jin saw Xiao Yang. Half a month later, Xiao Yang and the fairy doctor arrived at Beijun City. Coming here for the second time, Xiao Yang felt as if the place had remained the same, but the people had changed. When he had first come here, he had only been a 7-star Do-Di. Now, almost 5 years had passed, and he had already grown into an origin transformation expert. However, looking at this place, there were many differences compared to the past. Under the urging of time, experts constantly worked hard to become stronger. The entire world had undergone tremendous changes in the hands of these experts. Not long after arriving at Beijun City, the first piece of news that reached Xiao Yang's ears shocked him. In a short 5 years, the Northern Desolate Hall of the Northern Wastelands had expanded its influence all over the place. It had already swallowed up many of the old factions in the Northern Wastelands. Its overall strength was constantly growing. Its hall master, Qin Shu, had already reached the late stage of the origin transformation expert. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Even the South Hall master's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the origin transformation expert. He could be said to be the second pillar of the Northern Desolate Hall. These two people were without a doubt the strongest fighting force of the Northern Desolate Hall. However, when Xiao Yang heard the second piece of news, his expression instantly became gloomy. Half a month ago, the Northern Desolate Hall master, Qin Shu, had seized a high-grade spirit stone within the area under his control. At the same time, he had also captured a young lady who was born with strange eyes. That young lady had a pair of bright, colorful eyes that were extremely intelligent. The most mysterious thing about her eyes was that they could actually see the location of all the treasures in the world. As long as a treasure appeared near the young lady, it would be discovered by her. It was said that her eyes were one of the few strange eyes in the world. Illusionary spirit eyes. Currently, the Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall had already imprisoned that young lady. He was preparing to change her eyes in front of everyone in 2 days. He wanted to take that illusionary spirit eyes for himself. The moment Xiao Yang heard this news, a ferocious killing intent suddenly rose in his heart. Chapter 1057. Northern Wasteland, Northern Mountain. A vast and mighty crowd was flying over the top of the northern mountain to observe. At this moment, There were quite a number of elders from the Northern Wasteland Hall standing on the large open ground at the peak of the Northern Wasteland Mountain. They were directing the order of the place. An increasing number of people continued to surge over. The might of the Northern Wasteland Hall, in addition to the attraction of the illusionary spirit eyes, caused the number of spectators to be exceptionally large. This resulted in the Northern Wasteland Hall dispatching over 100 deacons and elders. This also indirectly displayed the foundation of the Northern Wasteland Hall to everyone present. The 100 elite Do-Di were dispatched in unison. Very soon, the order of the place was stabilized. The tightly shut door of the Northern Wasteland Hall finally opened with a creaking sound at noon. Sunlight scattered in and a thin layer of fog scattered. The scene within the hall also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There was not even a single human figure within the large hall. Everyone present involuntarily frowned when they saw this scene. Their aim for coming to the Northern Wasteland Hall this time around was to personally witness the legendary illusionary spirit eyes and the hall chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, Qin Shu. After all, both of them were extremely famous within the current Northern Wasteland. There were countless people who wanted to see them, but very few had actually seen them. This was because, other than a small number of people who were willing to submit to Qin Shu and become his subordinates, most of those who had seen him were mercilessly killed by Qin Shu. Hence, there was a saying in the Northern Wasteland that anyone who had seen Qin Shu was either a lackey or a corpse. Although there were many people who were unyielding, there were also many people who dragged out an ignoble existence in this world. This was also one of the reasons why the Northern Wasteland Hall was able to swiftly develop over the years. Although there were many old factions in the Northern Wasteland who were already dissatisfied with the Northern Wasteland Hall, many factions chose to remain silent due to the latter's great strength. This kind of silence undoubtedly gave the Northern Wasteland Hall an opportunity. If they were allowed to continue developing, it was likely that the remaining old factions in the Northern Wasteland would be swallowed up by them in less than 10 years. However, no one was able to stop this development until now. As a result, today's scene had occurred. The experts who had gathered around the square frowned as they looked at the empty hall. They couldn't help but wonder if the so-called illusionary spirit pupil really existed. Where was Qin Shu, the palace master of the Northern Wilderness Palace? Hey, are you looking for me? However, just as everyone was feeling suspicious in their hearts, a soft laughter was suddenly emitted from the sky. At the same time, a figure wearing a brocade robe suddenly appeared in mid-air in the middle of the square. As he appeared, a vast and mighty aura suddenly swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire peak of the northern mountain. A terrifying aura enveloped everyone present. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Some of the weaker ones were suppressed to the foot of the northern mountain by this pressure. As for the others, they also gritted their teeth and looked up with ugly expressions. They stared at the center of the square. The figure who had suddenly appeared was the palace master of the Northern Wilderness Palace, Qin Shu. Although this move of his could not truly injure anyone, it served as a great deterrent to this group of people. Once they returned, it would undoubtedly be a boost to his reputation. He wasn't a good person, so he didn't need to establish his prestige. He only needed to make everyone in the Northern Wilderness fear him. Only then would he be able to swallow up the other factions more quickly and steadily. Instead of giving them a physical blow, it was better to suppress them from the bottom of their hearts. At that time, there would naturally be people who would take the initiative to seek refuge with him. In today's event, not only did he want to seize the girl's illusionary spirit pupil, he also wanted to increase his terrifying reputation. After a while, when Qin Shu got the result he really wanted and saw the look of horror on the faces of the onlookers, he retracted his aura with a satisfied smile on his face. Then, he got to the point. Haha, everyone, I'm sure you've all come to my northern mountain because you've heard about the illusory spirit pupil. I also know that most of you are here for the illusory spirit pupil. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wishes. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Shu waved his hand. Then, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was grabbed by the throat by Qin Shu. When everyone looked up, they saw a beautiful young girl being held in Qin Shu's hand. She was forced to open her eyes, revealing a pair of colorful eyes. Although the girl's aura was weak at the moment, the lively light in her beautiful eyes never faded. This is the illusionary spirit pupil. Wow! In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Numerous gazes were filled with surprise as they looked at the girl's beautiful eyes. A fire could not help but rise in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, Qin Shu casually threw the girl's delicate body out of control. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance and caught the girl's falling body with his own body. Caia. The person who caught Caia was her brother, Zhu Qiong. The latter was captured by Qin Shu together with Caia. His purpose was to force Caia to hand over her eyes willingly. Only then would the effect of Qin Shu's refining be perfect. Otherwise, if there was even the slightest flaw, it could lead to unforeseen events in the future. This was not an outcome that Qin Shu wanted to see. Brother, Caio's aura was weak as she moaned. When she saw her brother's blood-stained face, a layer of tears immediately surged into her beautiful eyes. Her brother's injuries were all caused by her. Seeing Caia like this, Zhu Qiong also gritted his teeth hatefully. He tightly hugged the young girl in his arms as tears of unwillingness almost flowed out of his eyes. As her elder brother, he finally held back his tears. He could not allow his younger sister to be hurt for any reason. Ha ha ha, what a touching family. How about it? Have you thought it through? It has already been half a month. My patience has already been worn down by you. Little girl, today, you will either hand over the illusionary spirit pupil willingly, or you will personally watch me kill your brother and forcefully seize it. Qin Shu's face revealed a ferocious expression and a sinister smile. A sinister look surfaced deep within his eyes. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying it would be if such a person was allowed to possess the illusionary spirit pupil. Caia, you must not agree to it. Even if you agree to it, we will still be unable to escape death. As long as you do not agree, he will definitely not dare to do anything to you. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhu Qiong's body immediately flew out uncontrollably. Blood splattered everywhere and his aura instantly dropped to rock bottom. At the same time, Caia was once again lifted up by Qin Shu with a gloomy face. You really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Tell me, are you willing or not? With a furious rebuke, Qin Shu turned his terrifying face towards Caia and a cold murderous intent surged in his eyes. Being lifted up by Qin Shu, Caia was extremely terrified. She subconsciously struggled and shook her head. Qin Shu immediately snorted angrily. The hand that was strangling the girl's neck tightened slightly. At the same time, his other hand waved his sleeve fiercely and a powerful energy beam suddenly shot out towards Zhu Qiong. It was only at this moment that Caia came back to her senses. She hurriedly nodded and hoped that the person in front of her would let her brother go. Unfortunately, everything was too late. As Qin Shu smiled with satisfaction, the energy beam got closer and closer to Zhu Qiong's immobile body. However, the former simply ignored it. He let go of Caia and made a hand seal to change his pupils. But at this moment, bang! The energy beam that had already arrived in front of Zhu Qiong was instantly blasted apart by another force that suddenly appeared in the square. On the square, the smoke and dust dispersed. A young man in black robes was standing straight in the middle of the square. Behind him was Zhu Qiong, who had nearly been killed by the energy beam. Looking at his face, who else could it be other than Xiao Yang? Chapter 1058. The sudden appearance of a figure immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially when they saw the black-robed man's handsome face. They could not help but reveal looks of surprise on their faces. The person who had blocked Qin Shu's attack was actually such a young man. When Qin Shu and Caia in front of him saw Xiao Yang, both of their faces revealed a surprised and pleasantly surprised expression. Master! An unrestrained joy surfaced on Caia's pale pretty face. Crystal-clear tears continued to swirl in her eyes. She let out an exclamation as her lovely body charged toward Xiao Yang. However, just as Caia was about to move, she was pulled back by Qin Shu. After letting out a cold snort, his eyes once again turned to Xiao Yang. A cruel killing intent and a cold smile immediately surged within his eyes. Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with a cold smile. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. You were lucky enough to escape from my hands back then, so why do you dare to come back now? You even took in a disciple while you were at it, ha ha ha. Since the two of you have met today, why don't you stay here instead of leaving? Xiao Yang ignored Qin Shu. He first turned around and helped Xu Chong consume a medicinal pill. After which, he immediately turned his gaze to Cai. A warm smile was revealed on his indifferent face as he slowly said, Cai, don't be afraid. Master is here to pick you up. Ph, shameless boasting. Qin Shu let out a cold snort with a gloomy expression. Soon after, he released Cai with one hand and his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. With a flip of his hand, he heavily slammed the latter's head. Seeing this, an extremely cold look flitted across Xiao Yang's eyes, but there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on his face. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and the veins on his arm bulged. Violent force rapidly gathered in his entire arm, and surging energy emerged on the surface of his fist. Then, he swung his arm and sent a punch towards Qin Shu's palm. Kid, you're courting death. With a grin, the Genesis Qi in Qin Shu's body churned, and the energy contained in his palm grew several times stronger. Then, it collided with Xiao Yang's fist. Boom! A muffled bang sounded. Xiao Yang's body remained standing in the same spot without moving. A vast and mighty strength suddenly erupted from the point where the fist and palm collided. The frightening strength actually caused Qin Shu's expression to change drastically in an instant. The pupils of his eyes shrunk to the size of the tip of a needle. The shock in his heart was instantly aroused. The power that had gathered in Qin Shu's hand only lasted for 2 breaths of time when the fist and palm collided before it was completely shattered by Xiao Yang's powerful attack. The remaining power charged into Qin Shu's body without stopping, and the latter's body was immediately sent flying backwards. Only after flying 100 feet away did he forcibly stabilize his body, and the destructive power crazily flowing in his body was suppressed with great difficulty. Even so, one could see that Qin Shu's face had become much paler after a single exchange. How is this possible? Your cultivation level, the mid-origin transformation stage, how is this possible? You were clearly a 7-star Do Di a few years ago. How did you raise your cultivation to such a level in just a few short years? Qin Shu angrily widened his eyes. Disbelief was revealed deep within his eyes. In just a few short years, Xiao Yang had leaped from a 7-star Do Di to an expert at the middle level of the origin transformation realm. This was something that was almost impossible to achieve. However, the powerful fighting strength that Xiao Yang had displayed and the aura that he had sensed when the two of them had clashed told him that the black-robed young man in front of him, whom he had not seen for a few years, had really become an expert at the middle level of the origin transformation realm. Such an expert was definitely an existence that stood at the pinnacle even in the entire northern desolate region. When the words from Qin Shu's mouth were transmitted into the ears of the surrounding people present, everyone's expressions changed in unison. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yang in the arena. It was very difficult to imagine that this fellow in front of them, who appeared much younger than most of the people present, was actually an intermediate-level origin transformation expert. This was really unbelievable. However, Xiao Yang did not waste any time on nonsense. His body jerked as vast Genesis Qi immediately surged out from his body. His foot heavily stomped on the air as his figure abruptly shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Qin Shu. He waved his fist and smashed it heavily towards the latter's head. God damn it! Why didn't that fellow tell me that this brat's cultivation speed is so fast? If I had known this would happen, I would have kept him here no matter what. Qin Shu cursed in his heart. The corners of his eyes could not help but twitch as he felt the astral wind rushing towards him. His lips parted as fierce killing intent surged in his heart. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to rapidly circulate along his meridians. Despicable brat, so what if you're at the mid-origin transformation stage? In front of an advanced origin transformation stage expert, even an advanced origin transformation stage expert can only bow his head. With a furious cry, Qin Shu immediately twisted his body. At the same time that he dodged Xiao Yang's punch, a heavy whip kick also violently smashed toward Xiao Yang's head. Ch. The kai sound of air being split sounded beside Xiao Yang's ear. The biting cold wind was like a blade scraping against his face, causing him to feel extreme pain. Xiao Yang's expression did not change. He twisted his body slightly and his entire body assumed an extremely strange posture as he easily dodged Qin Shu's attack. Soon after, Xiao Yang once again approached Qin Shu and used his body as a weapon as he violently collided with Qin Shu. The sudden approach caused Qin Shu's expression to change slightly. He crossed his arms and hurriedly used them to block in front of him. Xiao Yang's body also heavily collided with him. The enormous impact sent Qin Shu's body flying. Soon after, the hands in front of his chest hurriedly formed numerous complicated seals when he stabilized his body. Surging energy swiftly agglomerated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous energy handprint. Both of his hands violently pushed forward and the energy handprint swiftly shot toward Xiao Yang. Humph! Desolation finger. Xiao Yang was unwilling to be outdone. Surging Genesis Chi swiftly gathered above his head, transforming into a huge flaming finger that ruthlessly collided with the enormous energy hand that was heading his way. Soon after, both sides scattered amidst an earth-shaking explosion. Qin Shu involuntarily knit his brows when he saw the scene in front of him. The fighting strength that Xiao Yang had displayed caused him to be involuntarily shocked. Despite being at the middle level of the origin transformation stage, Xiao Yang's fighting strength was not the slightest bit inferior to an advanced origin transformation stage expert like him. Moreover, Xiao Yang even vaguely showed signs of suppressing him. This was something that caused one to have some disbelief. If Xiao Yang was able to reach the mid-origin transformation stage in a short few years due to his frightening cultivation talent, then wasn't his battle prowess a little too exaggerated? Qin Shu thought for a moment in his heart. Only then did he clearly weigh the situation in his heart. With Xiao Yang's current fighting strength, it was no longer something that he could easily defeat. Moreover, if he were to reveal any weakness, he would instead be defeated by Xiao Yang in one strike. At that time, everything that he had done today would be for naught. Humph, Protector Yi, if you continue to watch from the side, the duck that is about to reach your mouth will fly away. You don't want to see him escape from your eyes again, right? After musing in his heart, Qin Shu suddenly turned his gaze and looked towards the large hall. At the same time, a somewhat dissatisfied voice was emitted from his mouth. The instant these words left Qin Shu's mouth, Xiao Yang's expression could not help but change slightly. His gaze converged with everyone else's and soon after, a strange laughter rang out from the depths of the large hall. TSK, 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 TSK. Palace Master is right. This time, we can't miss this opportunity. A cluster of serene black fog drifted out from deep within the large hall after the strange laughter was emitted. It was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yang's face immediately became gloomy. Ghost Palace. Chapter 1059. The Ghost Palace. Xiao Yang merely glanced at this cluster of black fog that had suddenly appeared and immediately recognized the other party's identity. Xiao Yang had already deeply imprinted the appearance of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost in his heart. As long as he was unable to uproot them, they would become a thorn in Xiao Yang's heart. Even if they did not breathe, they would still cause Xiao Yang's heart to feel a faint pain. The moment the black mist appeared, a powerful pressure that caused people's souls to tremble abruptly spread out from the peak of the northern mountains. When everyone present felt this terrifying aura, their expressions changed once again. Immediately after, there was a hissing sound of people sucking in cold air. This strange fellow that had appeared in the black fog was actually a terrifying existence at the late stage of the origin transformation realm. This also meant that there was another origin transformation realm expert in the Northern Wasteland Palace aside from the Palace Master Qin Shu and the South Palace Master. Furthermore, this expert's cultivation was not any weaker than the Palace Master Qin Shu's. 2 late-stage origin transformation experts and 1 mid-stage origin transformation expert. The Northern Desolate Hall was enough to sweep away the majority of the old powers in the Northern Desolate region. As long as they were willing, the northern desolate region would have fallen into Qin Shu's hands long ago. At that time, the entire northern desolate region would have become Qin Shu's world. However, why did he not move out in full force? This was a little thought-provoking. The black mist drifted and leisurely arrived beside Qin Shu. A pair of sinister eyes appeared in the black mist. They scanned Qin Shu and let out a strange laugh. Afterward, the pair of strange eyes looked at Xiao Yang. Keik. Xiao Yang, you were lucky enough to escape last time. This time, I'd like to see who can save you. Xiao Yang did not pay too much attention to this. He extended his right hand and grasped the air. The pitch-black heavy buster sword immediately landed in his hand. The heavy sword emitted a soft sound as it descended. The wind pressure blew the sand and dust on the ground into a whirlwind, giving off a heavy aura. Xiao Yang did not say much. He used his actions to express his stance. There was no need for him to say anything more to these people who were neither human nor ghost. From Xiao Yang's point of view, the members of the Han clan must be exterminated. A strange laughter was once again emitted from the cluster of black fog when it saw this. Immediately, that pair of strange eyes exchanged glances with Qin Shu. Soon after, their bodies moved and the two of them appeared on Xiao Yang's left and right, forming a pincer attack. Attack! Qin Shu released a furious roar. Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body. The Genesis Qi condensed into a giant hand that ruthlessly slammed towards Xiao Yang. At the same time, strange black Genesis Qi also surged out from the black mist. The Genesis Qi rapidly intertwined in the air and turned into a giant ghostly hand. It emitted a series of sharp screeching noises as it thrust towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's expression was indifferent in the face of the two's attacks. He grasped the giant buster sword and with a thought, a faint blue flame immediately hovered above it. Waves of tremendous Genesis Qi energy were continuously poured into the giant buster sword. Immediately, an incomparably domineering and blazing aura spread from it. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Xiao Yang waved the enormous ruler and flipped it back and forth. 2 majestic flame ruler glows suddenly shot out. In the blink of an eye, they violently collided with the two Do techniques. Xiao Yang's body suddenly flashed the moment the explosion sounded. The remnant energy wave immediately swept apart. Soon after, 2 human figures charged out from the storm while Xiao Yang's body had already disappeared from the spot he originally stood. Kai. Following the sound of rushing wind appearing, Qin Shu and that protector ibis once again gave close chase. However, in the blink of an eye, they had already appeared on both sides of Xiao Yang's body. A whip kick and a frightening-looking ghost claw violently attacked the fatal spots on Xiao Yang's body. Force elephant art. Golden elephant art. Wing elephant art. With all 3 arts activated, Xiao Yang's overall strength, defense, and speed soared in the blink of an eye. A golden light barrier enveloped Xiao Yang's body as if it was solid. Terrifying physical strength gathered in every part of his body. His astonishing speed allowed Xiao Yang to easily deal with the attacks of 2 advanced origin transformation experts. The attacks of the 2 of them were in an extremely dangerous manner as they brushed past the black robe that Xiao Yang was wearing. That whipping kick was even close to Xiao Yang's face. That ghost claw had nearly pierced Xiao Yang's chest. Although Xiao Yang had dodged it, it still pierced a large hole through the black robe that he was wearing. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Yang was as calm as usual. The moment he dodged the attacks of the 2, Xiao Yang immediately flipped the huge ruler in his hand. He twisted his body and viciously smashed into Qin Shu's chest. The frightening force immediately caused Qin Shu's internal organs to tremble. A muffled groan was emitted from Qin Shu's throat and his entire body uncontrollably retreated backwards. Soon after, Xiao Yang flipped his hand and violently smashed his palm toward the cluster of strange black fog. The latter, however, was much more agile. When Xiao Yang's attack smashed toward it, a ka sound of chains colliding was suddenly emitted from the black fog. Soon after, 4 long dark black chains suddenly shot out and blocked Xiao Yang's palm. Afterward, Xiao Yang flew back. Qin Shu and the protector stared at Xiao Yang with sunken faces, especially Qin Shu. After witnessing Xiao Yang's strength, He regretted what had happened a few years ago. If he had not hesitated so much back then and let Xiao Yang go, he would have become an expert at Origin King long ago. The Northern Wastelands would have become his territory long ago, and today's events would have never happened. At this moment, even Protector Gui, who was within the black fog, felt extremely surprised. He did not expect Xiao Yang's cultivation to be so strong. He was able to fight 2 advanced origin transformation experts by himself and remain in an invincible position. Thinking of his frightening growth rate, if they were unable to capture him today, Xiao Yang would definitely become a great enemy of their ghost hall in the future. God damn it, we can't keep fighting like this. This kid is much faster than us, and his body is terrifyingly tough. I really don't know how this kid cultivates. Now's not the time to boost his morale. Taking him down through brute force probably won't work anymore, so we can only choose another path. A sinister smile flashed across Qin Shu's face. Looking around, his gaze landed on Cai once again. Chapter 1060. On the northern mountain, Xiao Yang and Protector Qin Shu faced each other in a large square. After 100 exchanges, the two of them were unable to gain the upper hand against Xiao Yang. There were even a few times where they were almost seriously injured by Xiao Yang. At this moment, the two of them appeared rather miserable. Qin Shu's brocade robe had several large holes in it, and the red fist imprint was particularly clear. Traces of blood had dyed his brocade robe red, and even his face was bruised. Although Protector Bai by the side was not like the former, the strange black fog that lingered around his body had become much thinner under Xiao Yang's heavenly flame. Even Protector Bai would feel an incomparable headache when faced with Xiao Yang's heavenly flame. Adding this to Xiao Yang's shocking agility and speed, he was able to ensure that he remained in an invincible position for 100 exchanges. Knowing that the two of them were unable to easily suppress Xiao Yang, Qin Shu turned his attention to Cai. He understood that the reason Xiao Yang had appeared on the northern mountain was largely because of Cai. Xiao Yang seemed to be very concerned about this disciple of his. Otherwise, he would not have taken on the entire northern desolate hall by himself. While the two of them were still facing each other, Qin Shu suddenly twisted his body and appeared beside Cai in the blink of an eye. Under the girl's terrified gaze, he grabbed Cai's throat. Immediately, the girl's entire face rapidly turned red, and she continuously let out a series of indistinct moans. Cai. Seeing that Cai had been restrained by Qin Shu again, the expression of Zhu Qiong, who was lying on the ground in the distance, immediately changed. He forcefully supported his body and shakily climbed up from the ground. He forcefully endured the injuries in his body and walked towards Qin Shu. At the same time, Xiao Yang finally returned to his senses. He did not expect that Qin Shu would no longer take the initiative to attack and instead focus on Cai. By doing this, was he trying to force him to submit? A low and deep cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yang's nose when he thought of this. His toes pressed gently on the empty air and his body immediately turned into a ray of light that charged toward Qin Shu with lightning-like speed. At almost the same time, Protector Kai, who had been staring at Xiao Yang, let out a strange laugh. Soon after, the black fog surged, turning into a black ray of light that swiftly blocked in front of Xiao Yang. It stood between Xiao Yang and Qin Shu, blocking the latter. TSK, Xiao Yang, your opponent is me. Protector Yi let out a strange laugh. His body moved and charged toward Xiao Yang in front of him. Black fog surged. Black chains after chains shot out of the fog. They were like black poisonous venomous snakes as they pierced towards the vital spots on Xiao Yang's body at an extremely tricky angle. Scram! Xiao Yang's expression sunk. He viciously waved the giant ruler in his hand and a majestic ruler glow instantly shot out, ruthlessly sending the incoming pitch-black chains flying. At the same time, his body swiftly bypassed Protector Kai and continued to advance. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yang's speed was quite fast, the Protector Ibis behind him was like a maggot in one's bones, unwilling to give up. Regardless of how fast Xiao Yang's speed was, he was still forcefully delayed by this fellow. This caused Xiao Yang's expression to become even gloomier. TSK. I've already said that your opponent is me. Black fog churned as Protector Kai once again charged explosively towards Xiao Yang. The fury in Xiao Yang's heart grew even greater. The hand that held the heavy Xian ruler tightened its grip. When the black fog arrived in front of him, the giant ruler in his hand suddenly flew out. He swung 7 feet in succession, and 7 majestic flaming ruler glows merged together at lightning speed. With an even more frightening might, they collided head-on with Protector Kai. The latter also did not show any signs of weakness. Strange black chains rapidly entwined and locked into a huge chain net. Black fog covered the sky as it rose into the sky. It was like a huge curtain that covered the sky and earth as it violently collided with the majestic ruler's light. On the other side, Qin Shu firmly controlled Cai in his hand. After the collision between Xiao Yang and Protector Kai ended, he arrived beside Protector Kai. He looked at Xiao Yang with a ferocious smile and grinned. "Xiao Yang, your beloved disciple is now in my hands. Do you want her to live or do you want her to die?" As he spoke, Qin Shu tightened his grip on Cai's hand. Cai's already breathing difficult body immediately began to struggle, her 2 lily-white hands frantically clawing at Qin Shu's strong arm in an attempt to escape. However, Qin Shu only needed to exert a little more force to cause Cai's movements to immediately turn sluggish. Her pretty face flushed red as a result. Upon seeing Qin Shu's actions, Xiao Yang's expression immediately darkened. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body involuntarily began to circulate as a low voice was emitted. "Are you threatening me? What do you think?" "Humph humph, Xiao Yang, I will now give you 2 choices. 1. Obediently kneel down and be bound. 2. Watch this beautiful disciple of yours die before your eyes." Qin Shu grinned sinisterly as if victory was already within his grasp. It was as if he could already see Xiao Yang's miserable appearance after being bound. "My apologies, but I have never been threatened by others. Therefore, I choose the 3rd choice, Ro." "I'm very curious, what is the 3rd choice you speak of?" "I'll kill you." The instant these words left his mouth, Xiao Yang's figure abruptly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Qin Shu. Under the latter's shocked gaze, a palm viciously slammed towards Qin Shu's chest. "I'll do it." It was at this moment, however, that Protector Kai let out a loud roar. Her figure abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Yang as a bony and shriveled arm emerged from the black mist. Her blackened hand viciously swung towards Xiao Yang, while Qin Shu took the opportunity to rapidly retreat. Bang! Xiao Yang's hand suddenly shook after the collision. A frightening force immediately poured out. Within the black mist, Protector Kai's expression abruptly changed. Her body flew backwards in a somewhat miserable manner. After stabilizing her body, she looked at her right hand that had collided with Xiao Yang. At this moment, it was charred black. The frightening flame had burned away a layer of flesh on her hand. It was even possible to faintly see some dense white bones underneath. However, due to the temperature of the flame, Protector Kai had already lost all feeling in her right hand. "Damned heavenly flame!" Protector Kai viciously cursed in her heart. She did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually ignore their threat and actually dare to face them head-on. In this way, it would be even more difficult for them to control Xiao Yang. "Damn it, what are you doing?" However, when Protector Kai turned her head to look at Qin Shu, she saw that the latter's hands were swiftly forming a seal. Numerous rays of light swiftly entered the body of Cai. This fellow was actually planning on changing her eyes now. There is no point in leaving this stinking girl alive. It is better to finish her off now. However, Qin Shu merely let out a cold snort in the face of Protector Kai's furious cry. The movements of his hands did not pause even a little. Kai, however, while Qin Shu was still swiftly forming the seals in his hands, Zhu Qiong's body suddenly charged over from a certain spot. Although there was no superposition of Do Qi, he still used his body to violently collide into Qin Shu's body, breaking the seals that were being repeatedly formed between Qin Shu's hands. What? The appearance of this scene immediately caused Qin Shu's heart to be furious. He turned his head to look at Zhu Qiong and parted his mouth to reveal a ferocious expression. He actually flipped his hand and violently swung it at Zhu Qiong's chest. Grug. As a large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out like a pillar, the pupils in Zhu Qiong's eyes suddenly shrunk. Soon after, they swiftly widened and the life force in his entire body instantly scattered. Brother. At the same time, Cai, who had personally witnessed her brother's death, revealed a despairing expression on her tear-filled pretty face. Her pair of pretty eyes swiftly turned completely red as fresh blood surged into them. A sharp cry that seemed to have been transmitted from the depths of hell pierced one's eardrums until it hurt. Even the expressions of those elite Dodi who were outside of the battle changed because of this. Shut up. Qin Shu's expression changed. He flipped his hand and slapped Cai's pretty face with a pa sound. Cai's eyes immediately became lifeless. The dazzling color deep within her pair of pretty eyes also quietly turned scarlet red. Soon after, Qin Shu once again lifted his hand to form a seal. Seemingly in order to prevent Xiao Yang, the speed at which he formed the seal this time around was much faster than before. On the other side, Xiao Yang's face immediately revealed a self-blame and endless killing intent when he personally saw Zhu Qiong die in Qin Shu's hands. Faced with Protector Gui's obstruction, Xiao Yang's attacks became even more ferocious and powerful. In an instant, Protector Gui was actually firmly suppressed by Xiao Yang. At the same time, the seal between Qin Shu's hands was also completed. Soon after, his face carried a dense expression as he lifted his gaze and exchanged glances with Cai in front of him. This time around, the gazes of the two eyes directly reached their souls. Qin Shu's aim was to completely snatch the illusionary spirit eyes from the other party's body and soul. Time flowed. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. The battle had already reached its climax, but during the entire process, Xiao Yang had firmly suppressed Protector Gui. Under Xiao Yang's fierce attacks, Protector Gui did not even have the chance to catch his breath. His initiative to restrain Xiao Yang had completely vanished. He did not even have the chance to withdraw himself, let alone restrain Xiao Yang. If Xiao Yang wanted to, he could easily circle around Protector Gui. However, the current Xiao Yang only wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. However, it was at this moment that an unexpected change occurred on Qin Shu's side. The originally normal stripping process suddenly took place. Cai's illusionary spirit eyes caused the genesis bead in the chi vortex in Qin Shu's body to vibrate. Before the illusionary spirit eyes could be embedded into Qin Shu's eyes, the enormous amount of genesis chi in the genesis bead began to flow uncontrollably. It flowed along the various channels in Qin Shu's body, passing through his organs and even his body. Regardless of whether it came from the inside or outside, it all poured into Cai's body. What? At this moment, Qin Shu finally realized that something was wrong, but it was also at this moment that he was horrified to find that he could no longer control his body. In other words, he could only watch as the genesis bead in his body continuously sent wave after wave of power into Cai's body, while he himself grew increasingly weak. No, what is going on? Hurry, and stop. Hurry and stop. No. I don't want it anymore. I don't want the illusionary spirit eyes anymore. I don't want it anymore. Someone come and stop me. Qin Shu frantically screamed in his heart, but there was not the slightest change in his expression. This made it so that the North Desolate Hall elders and deacons outside did not notice. As for the others, after seeing Zhu Qiong's miserable state, they chose to remain silent regardless of whether they had such thoughts in their hearts. The battle in the arena continued. However, almost everyone's eyes only focused on Xiao Yang and Protector Ibis. As for Qin Shu, the situation was so calm that even the members of the Northern Desolate Hall could not be bothered to pay attention to him. Bang! With a heavy punch, Protector Gui's body was violently sent flying. At this moment, more than half of the dense black fog that had originally surrounded his body had scattered, revealing a somewhat illusory body. This fellow was clearly another spiritual body. The killing intent in Xiao Yang's heart grew even denser as he looked at the familiar strange mask. His attacks also became even sharper, especially with the special suppressive effect of the heavenly flame on the black fog, allowing Xiao Yang to gain the upper hand. Damn it! Qin Shu, you bastard! What exactly are you doing? With a furious curse, Xiao Yang's body once again pressed forward before Protector Gui could do anything. At the same time, his gaze also noticed Cai on the other side. While he was worried for her in his heart, a ruthless expression suddenly surfaced on his face. After forcing back Protector Gui once again, Xiao Yang heavily rubbed his hands together. Two clusters of different colored flames suddenly rose from Xiao Yang's palms. They were the sea heart flame and the bone-chilling flame. Soon after, a familiar scene from the past once again appeared. The two hands rubbed together and the turbulent surging flames immediately intertwined together. At the same time, the face under Protector Gui's mask involuntarily twitched intensely when he saw this scene. Damn it! This lunatic is going to use that move again. Protector Gui looked at Qin Shu with horror in his heart. He knew in his heart that he would not be able to bring Xiao Yang back today. Moreover, the most terrible thing was that he had seen Xiao Yang use this move. It was one of the trump cards that Xiao Yang had created, the angry Buddha lotus flame. Insatiably greedy thing, you can fend for yourself. After cursing Qin Shu, Protector Gui's body hurriedly flashed and swiftly flew towards the distant horizon in an attempt to escape from the hands of this devil in front of him. After all, everyone within the ghost hall was clearly aware of the terror of the angry Buddha lotus flame. Faced with Xiao Yang's current terrifying fighting strength, it was likely that he had no other choice but to flee. Unfortunately, how could Xiao Yang allow him to leave so easily? Xiao Yang, I have indeed underestimated your strength. However, it is absolutely impossible for you to kill me. I will remember this debt. As his voice sounded out, Protector Gui's body had already appeared in the sky outside of the crowd. His speed was so quick that it caused people to gasp in amazement. However, just as Protector Gui was about to flee, a pitch-black tent suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yang, who was holding a green-white fire lotus in one hand, stepped out from within. His face was stern. Subsequently, under the latter's terrified gaze, the fire lotus in his hand was violently pressed against Protector Gui's chest. Chapter 1061. Boom. A gigantic fire lotus bloomed on the peak of the northern mountain. The heavens and earth shook, and the wind and clouds stirred. An energy storm filled with an aura of destruction suddenly swept out. The expressions of everyone in the air above the mountain changed drastically. Their faces were filled with terror as they desperately turned and rushed down the mountain, afraid that they would be caught up in this energy storm and suffer a calamity. At this moment, even the elders and deacons of the northern desolate hall disregarded everything else and fled. As for Qin Shu and Cai, no one paid any attention to them. If it weren't for Xiao Yang deliberately dispelling the energy storm that approached them, the two of them would have been seriously injured. After a long while, when the storm dissipated, Xiao Yang turned his head and looked at Qin Shu and Cai with an indifferent expression. Xiao Yang scrunched his brows together when he saw the two's appearance. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to attack, his heart trembled slightly and he stopped. At such a close distance, Xiao Yang could faintly feel that there seemed to be an extremely powerful force constantly gathering and increasing in Cai's body. The strength of this force was something Xiao Yang had never felt from Cai's body before. It could be said that such a powerful force could only be achieved in a short period of time. As these thoughts whirled in his mind, Xiao Yang suspiciously looked at Qin Shu. If that was the case, then the only explanation was Qin Shu. Could it be? Xiao Yang lifted his eyebrows. He seemed to have thought of something. A thought immediately passed through his mind and the enormous spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out. It gently adhered itself to Qin Shu's body and carefully probed. When Xiao Yang sensed the tremendous Genesis Qi rapidly flowing out of Qin Shu's body, the expression in his eyes suddenly froze. He never imagined that Qin Shu, who originally wanted to steal Cai's illusionary spirit eyes, would suffer a backlash from Cai. Now, not only was he unable to obtain the illusionary spirit eyes, but his cultivation had also been cleanly devoured. This was truly surprising. Xiao Yang glanced at Cai's body and saw that a large amount of energy was still crazily gathering. Based on Xiao Yang's probing, Cai's cultivation was close to the initial stage of the origin transformation realm. Even with Xiao Yang's mental fortitude, He could not help but inhale a breath of cool air when he sensed this. He sighed emotionally in his heart. Just think of how many years he had trained and how much hardship he had suffered in order to reach the intermediate stage of the origin transformation realm. On the other hand, Caia had only just matured, yet she already possessed such a cultivation. This made him feel a great amount of pressure as her teacher. From the looks of Caia's situation, it would likely continue for another half an hour or so. Xiao Yang was not in a hurry during this period of time. However, at this moment, another beautiful figure finally arrived on the path up the mountain. It was the little fairy doctor. For safety reasons, Xiao Yang had originally arranged for the little fairy doctor to stay at the foot of the mountain. He never imagined that she would actually follow him up. Although she was a little slow, she had managed to avoid all the trouble. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly at the sight of the little fairy doctor. He had some guesses about what had happened. After all, he was all too familiar with the former. So you still came up after all. With a long sigh, Xiao Yang swallowed a medicinal pill. After using the angry Buddha lotus flame, he had consumed quite a lot of Genesis Chi. This was likely due to the fact that the heavenly flame in his body was still his main body. The stronger the heavenly flame, the more energy it consumed. This was also why a single angry Buddha lotus flame could kill an advanced origin transformation stage expert in a single blow. It wasn't easy to see you again. I really couldn't bear to see you leave, afraid that you wouldn't be able to return again. The little fairy doctor smiled warmly. Although her smile appeared free and easy, her beautiful eyes contained a different kind of charm. Xiao Yang could not help but scratch his head when he heard this. He naturally understood what she meant by again. However, Xiao Yang quickly raised his head again. A dazzling smile appeared from the corners of his mouth as he slowly said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I won't get lost this time." The little fairy doctor smiled happily when she saw the smile on Xiao Yang's face. However, her eyes could not help but turn misty. Xiao Yang could not help but be taken aback. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to move, the little fairy doctor hurriedly rubbed her eyes and smiled. "When did you learn to say such witty things?" The two fell silent for a while. Very soon, the process of Caia devouring Qin Shu's Genesis Chi finally came to an end. The temporary deadlock was broken, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Caia's body went limp, and she nearly fell backwards. Xiao Yang hurriedly helped her up, and the little fairy doctor also cast her gaze over. As for Qin Shu, his cultivation had been devoured by Caia, and the latter had now become a cripple. Caia, who had fallen to the ground, was temporarily unconscious. However, a teardrop fell from the corner of her eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yang sighed deeply and gently placed her on the ground. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards Qin Shu, who had also fainted. A stern expression flashed deep within his eyes. Xiao Yang glanced at Zhu Qiong's corpse, which had been smashed into the ground a short distance away. He took out a crystal coffin from his storage ring and stored it. After which, he led the little fairy doctor, Caia, and Qin Shu away from the northern mountain. Along the way, Xiao Yang's group passed by the Scarlet Desert. At this point, Xiao Yang could not help but recall the first time he had met Xing Qian. He also remembered that he still owed that elder a pill. Xiao Yang's heart was filled with gratitude when he thought of Xing Qian. After all, if not for the latter, he would have already fallen into Qin Shu's hands. Thinking back, Xiao Yang could not help but sigh. However, at this moment, Caia woke up, and Qin Shu naturally died at Caia's hands. This could be considered as her personally taking revenge for her brother. This was also the reason why Xiao Yang had brought Qin Shu along. Even though killing someone was not the most effective way to solve everything, Qin Shu had killed Caia's brother in front of her. If he did not take revenge, Xiao Yang was afraid that it would sooner or later become a knot in Caia's heart. This would have a great impact on her future. Of course, one could tell how Caia felt after killing someone from the tears that continuously rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Yang did not comfort her or stop her. There were many things that needed to be borne by one's own self. The painful process also needed to be digested and absorbed by oneself. The help of others would often be mixed into other ingredients and would not necessarily achieve a good result. On the contrary, if Cai was able to bear it alone and walk out of the haze of this matter, Xiao Yang was certain that Cai had already become half a strong person. As for the other half, it was her own cultivation. After the matter of the Northern Mountain came to an end, Xiao Yang's group left the Northern Mountain a day later. After passing through the Scarlet Desert, they arrived at Feng City. This was the most central area of the Northern Wastelands. Recently, a grand event that occurred once every 5 years in Feng City was being held here. Obsidian Tower. Chapter 1062. Over 2 months had passed since the opening of the Obsidian Tower. More and more people gathered in Feng City, but until today, not a single person had been able to successfully enter the Obsidian Tower. This was because of the Black God of Death standing in front of the Obsidian Tower. Since the opening of the Obsidian Tower 2 months ago, many experts had entered the Obsidian Tower one after another. However, all of them had been killed by a single punch from the black figure after they had stepped through the door. A simple punch had blasted apart a 9-star Do Di class expert. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to be stunned. Numerous shocked gazes gathered on the Obsidian Tower. The shock and fear in their hearts caused them to shrink back. Very soon, the Eastern, Western, and Western Hall Masters of the Northern Wasteland Hall gathered in Feng City as usual. After not seeing each other for 5 years, the Eastern and Western Hall Masters had already reached the peak of the advanced 9-star Do Di realm. They were only a step away from the Origin Transformation realm. Of course, it was this step that they might never have the opportunity to take in their entire lives. As for the Southern Hall Master, he had not left the Southern Hall during the 5 years of punishment. However, his cultivation did not remain stagnant. In these 5 years, the Southern Hall Master's cultivation had also risen to the intermediate level of the Origin Transformation realm. His cultivation was currently the strongest in Feng City. There was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even so, when the 3 of them saw the black figure in the Obsidian Tower, their hearts trembled slightly. They could clearly feel an extremely overbearing killing intent from the black figure. That kind of energy was extremely heavy. Even the Southern Hall Master, who was at the intermediate level of the Origin Transformation realm, felt some pressure in his heart. However, the thing that caused the Nan Hall chief's heart to be most shocked was that he recognized this fellow standing in front of the entrance of the Black Bright Tower. Was this not the puppet that had been following beside Xiao Yang back then? Back then, this puppet had been sealed within the Black Bright Tower. It was unexpected that after 5 years, this thing had not only not been shattered by the frightening gravity of the Black Bright Tower, but had instead used it to strengthen itself. That's right, this black figure was none other than the North King who had been sealed in the Obsidian Tower because of the South Hall Master 5 years ago. 5 years had passed, but the North King had not been destroyed by the Obsidian Tower. Instead, he had become even stronger. Even the South Palace Master would be moved by his strength. Looking at the North King in front of him, the South Palace Master's mind spun rapidly. Greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Back then, when he was a 9-star Do Di, this puppet had caused him to suffer greatly. The Northern King's fighting strength and defensive strength could be considered frightening. Now that the Northern King had spent 5 years in the Obsidian Tower, if he could control it, Qin Shu would naturally no longer have the ability to threaten him if his own cultivation was added to it. However, due to the presence of the East and West Hall Masters beside him, the South Palace Master temporarily suppressed this thought in his heart. If he were to act now and be discovered by the 2 of them, it would definitely cause quite a lot of trouble for him. Additionally, if he was unable to control the North King and ended up provoking Qin Shu, the result would not be worth it. Hence, the South Palace Master's plan was to wait for the 2 of them to leave. This wait lasted for 2 months. Currently, there were only a few days left before the Obsidian Tower would close. The East and West Hall Masters clearly had no intention of leaving. This caused the South Palace Master to become increasingly nervous. While he was feeling anxious, the South Palace Master took advantage of the absence of the East and West Hall Masters to arrive in front of the Obsidian Tower alone. Seeing the North King standing in front of the Obsidian Tower like a metal tower, the South Palace Master's fiery emotions immediately became somewhat impatient. He hurriedly arrived in front of the obsidian tower and stopped a few meters away. However, he did not dare to continue forward. This was because he had already seen the North King raise his head. A pair of empty eyes were emotionlessly staring at him. The South Palace Master did not doubt that if he continued to take another step forward, the North King would immediately attack him. Even with the South Palace Master's current cultivation, he was not confident that he could defeat the North King. Fortunately, this distance was enough for him to do something to the North King. With a thought, the soul strength of a mid-origin transformation expert spread out and carefully approached the North King. A while later, when the South Palace Master's soul strength successfully entered the North King's body, an unconcealable smile appeared on his face. The successful entry of his soul strength meant that the first step to controlling the North King had been completed. However, just as the Southern Hall Chief's spiritual strength had already entered the depths of the Northern King's body and was preparing to leave a spiritual brand, he suddenly realized that no matter how his spiritual strength attacked the original spiritual brand, the spiritual brand did not move at all. His attacks seemed to have no effect. 15 minutes later, the Southern Hall Chief, who had an impatient expression, finally waved his sleeves hatefully. He could not help but curse angrily. God damn it. What's going on? Why can't I break through the brand? Of course you won't be able to break through it. When I created this soul brand, I had already made all the necessary preparations. Unless I take the initiative to erase it, no one can forcefully erase it. Once the soul brand is forcefully destroyed, this puppet will automatically be destroyed as well. In addition, with your early fourth step soul force, you think too highly of yourself if you want to break through my soul brand. Just as the South Hall Master cursed, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded in the sky above the square where the obsidian tower was located. The South Hall Master's expression instantly changed. He turned around to look, but he could not find the person who had spoken. This deepened the fear in his heart, and the expression on his face instantly became solemn. Who are you? Why are you hiding? If you have the ability, come out and say those words to me. Haha, South Palace Master, after not seeing you for a few years, you've actually forgotten who the owner of this puppet is. The soft laughter was once again emitted. This time around, the South Palace Master could hear it clearly. That voice seemed to be coming from above his head. Soon after, the South Palace Master hurriedly lifted his head and looked over. He saw a young man in a black robe standing above his head. The thing that shocked him the most was that he had not sensed any aura fluctuation from this man earlier. When did you? Before the South Palace Master could cry out in shock, the figure above his head suddenly lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the South Palace Master's shoulder. His entire body also borrowed the force to fly forward. After which, he landed on the ground a short distance away. He turned around and revealed a handsome face. At this moment, he was looking at the South Palace Master with a smile. It's you. Seeing this somewhat familiar face, the black-robed figure from 5 years ago immediately surfaced in the South Palace Master's mind. His appearance was exactly the same as the person in front of him. In an instant, the South Palace Master had an illusion in his heart. It was as though he had suddenly returned to 5 years ago. However, compared to the situation 5 years ago, the situation today would definitely be very different. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1063. On the plaza, Xiao Yang's figure stood straight. 2 beautiful figures swiftly flew over from a short distance behind him. Soon after, they stood on either side of Xiao Yang as they icily stared at the South Hall Master. Hihi, it's been 5 years since we last met. South Hall Master, how have you been? Xiao Yang parted his mouth and smiled. His face revealed a harmless expression. However, the Nan Hall Chief was not a fool. Xiao Yang was able to stand above his head without him noticing. If Xiao Yang did not possess some strength, it was impossible for him to do so. He did not doubt in his heart that Xiao Yang's current cultivation was likely not inferior to him. Kid, you're still alive. The corners of the South Hall Master's mouth could not help but twitch. He simply could not believe that Xiao Yang was still alive after 5 years. He had originally believed that the latter had already fallen into Qin Shu's hands. He never imagined that they would meet again today, and under such circumstances at that. How can I die when you're still alive? Xiao Yang icily chuckled when he heard this. He took a step forward, and the aura of the mid-origin transformation stage unfurled like an invisible storm. The South Hall Master's expression abruptly changed. Mid-origin transformation stage, how is this possible? Hihi, it's been 5 years. South Hall Master, I wonder how much you've improved. Xiao Yang grinned. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground, and his figure immediately transformed into a streak of black light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the South Hall Master. He swung his fist and viciously swung it at the latter's head. Don't be too arrogant, brat. So what if you're at the mid-origin transformation stage? Others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. The South Hall Master's expression immediately darkened at the sight of Xiao Yang's powerful attack. With a thought, the Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body began to rapidly circulate, gathering in his palm. His hand abruptly clenched into a fist, and he threw a punch at Xiao Yang without showing any weakness. Bang! Their fists collided a split second later. A muffled sound rang out as two intense waves of energy ruthlessly slammed into each other. However, before a sinister look could appear on the South Hall Master's face, an extremely terrifying force abruptly erupted from Xiao Yang's fist. Together with the Genesis Chi, it instantly neutralized all the energy on the South Hall Master's fist. Subsequently, the remaining force viciously slammed into the South Hall Master's fist with unstoppable force. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, the South Hall Master's right arm was forcefully broken by Xiao Yang's punch. His entire arm twisted, revealing the broken bones that were still attached to his flesh. Fresh blood quickly dyed the South Hall Master's robes red. A miserable shriek abruptly rang out at this moment, the deafening sound echoing throughout the entire Feng City. Most of the experts in the city were alarmed at this moment, including the East and West Hall Masters. Very quickly, numerous human figures swarmed over from all directions. Within a short few minutes, the large open ground was covered by densely packed human figures. Countless pairs of eyes revealed a shocked expression as they looked at the miserable state of the South Hall Master. Everyone felt disbelief in their hearts. Given the South Hall Master's cultivation, he was actually injured to such an extent by this black-robed young man. Just where did this young man come from? Xiao Yang hovered in the air at the center of the square. He coldly stared at the South Hall Master as a sliver of killing intent flashed through the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the South Hall Chief's heart was filled with fear. He really did not expect Xiao Yang in front of him to grow to such an extent within a short 5 years. The strength of a single punch was actually this frightening. Even he, who was at the intermediate origin transformation stage, was unable to block it. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yang's fighting strength would be if he were to unleash his full strength. What do you want? A somewhat hoarse voice trembled as it was spat out from the South Hall Master's mouth. At this moment, the latter's face was flushed red. The pain of losing his arm was simply unbearable. However, he clearly understood that compared to losing his arm, his life was more important at this moment. What do you think? You almost took my life 5 years ago, and now that I've returned, you're asking me what I want. Don't you think your words are a little laughable? The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth slowly curled into an icy smile. He had never been merciful to his enemies. Anyone who could threaten his life had to be killed. Even if he could not eliminate them, he had to remove their claws that could harm him. It was obvious that the South Hall Master did not fall into the latter category. The South Hall Master's heart abruptly sank when he heard Xiao Yang's words. He forcefully endured the heart-wrenching pain and quickly scanned his surroundings. Subsequently, he frantically circulated the Genesis Chi in his body, and his figure flashed as he rapidly fled Feng City. C8. However, the moment the South Hall Master moved, the North King, who had been standing motionless in front of the obsidian tower, suddenly shot forward like a cannonball. He caught up to the South Hall Master's figure in the blink of an eye and delivered a powerful kick to the South Hall Master's chest under the latter's terrified gaze. Bang! Fresh blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs spurted out. The body of the South Hall Master instantly fell like a meteor and smashed into the square below. The frightening force caused the ground within 1,000 feet of his body to cave in. The body of the South Hall Master was buried deep within the ground. However, the moment the South Hall Master's body smashed into the ground, the North King's body also descended from the sky like a black iron tower. He instantly sank into the ground with a loud thud, and the South Hall Master's aura dissipated from the depths of the earth. Seeing everything that was happening before their eyes, everyone present had a dumbfounded expression. Only a small number of people present had faces of horror, and their hearts were extremely anxious as they thought about how to leave. Afterward, the North King returned to Xiao Yang's side under his control. Xiao Yang could not help but smile in satisfaction when he saw the North King's purplish gold body. When the North King had been sealed in the obsidian tower, he had been afraid that he would be destroyed by the terrifying pressure. He had never thought that not only would the North King not be destroyed, but he would even benefit from the disaster. Just from the astonishing speed and explosive power he had displayed earlier, Xiao Yang could imagine that the North King's current battle prowess was probably equivalent to a late origin transformation expert. Such strength would be of great assistance to the current Xiao Yang. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the door to the obsidian tower slowly closed with a loud bang. The obsidian tower only opened once every 5 years. This time, no one was able to enter because of the North King's appearance. This made everyone grumble inside, but that was all they could do. After the obsidian tower was completely shut, the surrounding observers began to scatter in all directions while carrying various emotions. However, just as these people were about to leave the square, Xiao Yang's soft laughter suddenly sounded again. "Since the two of you are already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chapter 1064. The bodies of everyone present involuntarily paused the moment Xiao Yang's words were emitted. Soon after, a countless number of gazes turned over and once again landed on Xiao Yang's body. There were 2 people among them who coincidentally collided with Xiao Yang's gaze. A countless number of gazes locked onto Xiao Yang. Everyone's hearts were filled with surprise. This black-robed man in front of them had already killed the Southern Hall chief. Why was he stopping them now? Could it be that he wanted to kill all of them? Although they more or less had some doubt in their hearts, no one dared to voice it out. Only the 2 people who were currently being stared at by Xiao Yang were extremely terrified in their hearts as they stood still on the spot. Their bodies were like statues, unable to move even a little. They were certain that the 2 people that Xiao Yang had mentioned earlier were undoubtedly the 2 of them. In other words, Xiao Yang had not only killed the Southern Hall chief, but he had also. It wasn't until a long while later that one of the 2 said with a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, the matter of the South Hall Master has nothing to do with us. May I ask if you can be magnanimous and let us leave?" The 2 of them hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed to Xiao Yang as they spoke. What a joke! The person currently in front of them was an origin transformation expert. With their strength, what else could they do other than submit to him? As for the death of the Southern Hall chief, they could at most head to the Northern Mountain and report it to the Hall chief after they returned. The 2 of them were not concerned about the life and death of that fellow. Everyone present immediately threw their eyes to the 2 of them after these words were uttered. Everyone only understood in their hearts after seeing the robes that the 2 of them were wearing. No wonder Xiao Yang had called for them to stop. These 2 were actually the Eastern and Western Hall chiefs of the Northern Desolate Hall. If that was the case, not only had Xiao Yang killed the South Hall Master, but he had also turned around to kill the 2 of them. From the looks of it, Xiao Yang was intent on becoming enemies with the Northern Desolated Hall. Of course, the people present did not know that the Northern Desolated Hall had already been destroyed. They still believed that Qin Shu was still around and that the Northern Desolated Hall was still the overlord of the Northern Desolated region. They did not know just what kind of interesting expression would appear on their faces if they learned that the Northern Desolated Hall had already been destroyed. "I think there's no need to leave. Stay." A smile appeared on Xiao Yang's face. He looked at the East and West Hall Masters with a smile. A glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. The hearts of the East and West Hall Masters immediately turned cold when they heard Xiao Yang's words. The person in front of them was still unwilling to let them off. The 2 of them could not help but look at each other when they thought of this. They could see the despair in each other's eyes. They violently clenched their teeth. Even though they knew that they were no match for Xiao Yang, they were unwilling to just stand there and wait for death. However, at the next moment, Xiao Yang parted his mouth and smiled when they were prepared to fight to the death. He said, "Don't worry. Stay and join me. Join Xiao Gate." These words were like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the minds of everyone present. Xiaoya's face was at a loss. Only the little fairy doctor's pretty face revealed a surprised expression. At the same time, the faction that had shaken the Black Corner region back then surfaced in her mind. Xiao Gate. This also meant that Xiao Yang would rebuild his faction in this place. Xiao Yang's name would also resound throughout the entire northern region. However, almost everyone present held a doubtful attitude in the face of Xiao Yang's words. They had never heard of this so-called Xiao Gate. Could it be another new sect in the northern region? As for the East and West Hall Masters, their faces also revealed different expressions. It was unexpected that Xiao Yang had called them back for this reason. After thinking for a while in their hearts, the expressions on the faces of the two Hall Masters became a little ugly. Whether they submitted or not concerned their lives. Once they submitted to Xiao Yang, it would be difficult for them to answer to the Northern Desolate Hall. They would definitely be viewed as enemies and be listed as a must-kill. They were extremely familiar with the strength of Hall Master Qin Shu. If the latter wanted to kill them, it would be no different from pinching an ant to death. However, if they did not submit, it was very likely that Xiao Yang would immediately turn hostile. In that case, their situation would be even more dangerous. After thinking for a while, the two of them clenched their teeth and secretly raised the Do Qi in their bodies. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and bowed to Xiao Yang from afar. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao Yang. Although the two of us know that we are no match for you, the two of us are unable to do something like betraying our own sect. Therefore, there is one thing that I have forgotten to tell you." Xiao Yang curled his lips and smiled. His face carried a mocking expression. The so-called not betraying their own sect was merely a high-sounding excuse for these two people. With Xiao Yang's experience in dealing with people, he could clearly see through the thoughts of these two people. The hearts of the Eastern and Western Hall Masters involuntarily sank when they saw the mocking expression on Xiao Yang's face. The happier Xiao Yang smiled, the more uneasy they felt in their hearts. The Do Qi in their bodies swiftly circulated throughout their bodies. The two of them were already prepared to flee this place. The Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall, Qin Shu, has already been killed by me on the Northern Mountain 1 day ago. Therefore, the Northern Desolate Hall has already been destroyed. From today onwards, the Northern Desolate Hall will no longer exist in the Northern Desolate Hall. The Xiao Gate will also be officially established in Feng City. As these words rang out, everyone's spirits shook, and their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. What kind of power was the Northern Wastelands Hall? Qin Shu's cultivation was extremely powerful. Even in the entire Northern Wastelands, it was not impossible to say that there was no one who could be a match for him, but there were definitely very few of them. In addition to his murderous nature, it caused his ferocious reputation to soar. There was almost no one who dared to face him head-on. However, there was actually someone who could kill such a bloodthirsty butcher in the Northern Desolate Hall. Moreover, it was such a handsome young man. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, even the Eastern and Western Hall Masters did not dare to believe Xiao Yang's words. They were clearly aware of just how powerful Qin Shu was. Qin Shu had not only relied on his fierce reputation in the outside world to be able to survive in the Northern Desolate Hall for so many years. Most importantly, it was naturally his outstanding strength. However, Xiao Yang had actually casually mentioned that the former had already been killed by him. This was a little too high-sounding. Ha ha, Xiao Yang smiled faintly. He had already expected this. Of course, these people would not believe him and obediently follow him just because of his words, so, with a wave of his sleeve, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed. Following which, a tattered corpse fell to the center of the square with a bang. When everyone present focused their eyes on it, shock immediately appeared on the faces of the Eastern and Western Hall Masters. This was because the corpse was none other than the Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall, Qin Shu. Chapter 1065. This is Hall Leader. No, no, no. It should be Qin Shu. The two of them cried out involuntarily one after the other. Their expressions changed drastically. Even the way they addressed Qin Shu had changed. This caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily reveal a mocking cold smile. These two fellows had just righteously said that they would not betray the faction of the sect. Now that they had seen Qin Shu's corpse, they had immediately changed their words. It really caused one to laugh endlessly. However, the other people present did not have the time to pay attention to the details of the conversation between the two of them. Although these people did not recognize Qin Shu, they could tell from the shocked expressions on the faces of the Eastern and Western Hall leaders as well as the words they had said that the corpse that Xiao Yang had thrown out was undoubtedly Qin Shu. This also confirmed what Xiao Yang had said earlier. With Qin Shu dead, the Northern Desolate Hall could be considered to have been completely destroyed. With the death of Qin Shu, who was the Northern Desolate Hall's hall leader, it was impossible for them, who were merely Do Di, to inherit the reputation of the Northern Desolate Hall. At the same time, if they continued to wear the name of the Northern Desolate Hall on their bodies, it was likely that they would immediately attract the attention of their enemies. At that time, without an origin transformation expert as a shield, the Eastern and Western Hall leaders would likely be killed by the various factions within a short period of time. Hence, what the two of them lacked the most was the protection of an ultimate expert. Only with this layer of protection would the remaining factions behind them be able to survive. Only then would they and their families have a chance to survive. Otherwise, there would likely be no place for them to stay in this northern region. Subordinate Fang Tonghui greets Chief. Subordinate Liu Cheng greets Chief. After thinking through this point in their hearts, the two palace masters immediately bowed towards Xiao Yang. Their faces were filled with respect and no one could find any fault with their appearance. However, Xiao Yang was very clear about this. As the saying goes, it is easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. Although the speed at which these two people changed their words was not slow, at least for now, they were not enough to be called people of his Xiao Gate. Therefore, he could make use of them, but he could not completely trust them. Ha ha, get up. Since the two of you have admitted that you are already members of my Xiao clan, then from today onwards, I hope that you can abide by my rules. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally injure the two of you. Although Xiao Yang had a smile on his face, the words that came out of his mouth caused the two of them to feel a chill in their hearts. When the invisible pressure descended on their heads, the fear in their hearts immediately grew a little stronger. Cold sweat swiftly rolled down from their foreheads. The two of them did not even dare to raise their heads as they bowed towards Xiao Yang once again. The two of us will definitely loyally assist you in the future. We will work hard without complaint and bring glory to our Xiao clan. Haha, that's good, that's good. However, I have always been a person of principle. If someone violates the rules of my Xiao clan in the future, then don't blame me for not giving any face. When the two of them raised their heads, they were shocked to discover that Xiao Yang's figure had unknowingly appeared in front of the two of them. At this moment, the latter was looking at the two of them with a face full of smiles. That pair of dark black eyes caused the two of them to feel extremely scared when they looked at him. Rest assured, Chief. If anyone dares to violate the rules of our Xiao clan in the future, there is no need for Chief to personally take action. The two of us will punish them. When an external enemy invades, we will let them understand the might of our Xiao clan. The two of them spoke in a righteous manner. Their faces were impassioned. They extended their hands and violently tore off the embroidered robes with the symbol of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Their actions appeared to be decent. Ha ha, that is naturally for the best. I, Xiao Yang, will definitely not mistreat anyone who is loyal to our Xiao clan. I can see that the two of you have already reached the late 9-star Do Di class. I think that you are only a step away from the origin transformation realm. Coincidentally, I have the medicinal formula for a rank 5 medicinal pill, the Gathering Yuan pill. If you can refine it, I believe that the strength of the two of you will definitely rise to another level. The Gathering Yuan pill. Is Chief also an alchemist? Before Xiao Yang's words sounded, the faces of the two in front of him immediately revealed a joyous expression. The Gathering Yuan pill was a rank 5 medicinal pill. It was rumored that it could allow a 9-star Do Di class expert to form a Genesis bead within their body and advance to the origin transformation realm. In the past, they did not have the ability to come into contact with a rank 5 alchemist. Naturally, they were unable to obtain such a medicinal pill. It was unexpected that Xiao Yang would actually say such a thing. If the two of them could each obtain a Gathering Yuan pill, their cultivations would definitely be able to advance to the origin transformation realm. This would save them a lot of training time. Of course, at the same time, the thing that caused them to be even more shocked was that Xiao Yang in front of them had actually unleashed a heavenly flame in front of them. At the same time, he also possessed that extremely frightening spiritual strength. All of these were proof of his identity as an alchemist. Upon seeing this scene, the hearts of the two of them once again recalled the battle earlier and Qin Shu who had already died. Their hearts were immediately startled. Not only did Xiao Yang in front of them possess a frightening fighting strength that surpassed that of an advanced origin transformation expert, but he was also able to become a rank 5 alchemist at the same time. This really caused the shock in their hearts to double. Thinking about it this way, it was likely that Qin Shu and the South Hall Master had died at Xiao Yang's hands. After all, the latter's strength was just too frightening. Of course, I can refine the medicinal pill, and I can also choose not to refine it. However, whether I need it or not is not up to me. Are the two of you clear in your hearts? Xiao Yang withdrew the heavenly flame and rubbed his eyebrows. His face was filled with hesitation as he put away the pill formula in his other hand. The unknown words that were spat out from his mouth caused the two people in front of him to quietly criticize him in their hearts. This action of Xiao Yang was like giving a carrot after a stick. It was really difficult to see that this kind of character was something that a young person could do. Soon after, the fairy doctor and Cai arrived by Xiao Yang's side from behind. It was only now that Fang Tonghui and Liu Cheng's gazes landed on the two of them. Their gazes had been focused on Xiao Yang and the North King earlier, so they had overlooked the two of them. Now that they saw them, their hearts immediately shivered. Although they could not see anything from the young girl's appearance, the two of them could clearly sense that she was a mid-origin transformation realm expert from the faint aura that leaked out from her body. An origin transformation realm expert at such a young age. The two of them involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. They felt extremely shocked in their hearts. After which, their gazes turned once again and landed on the fairy doctor. Compared to the former, the latter's cultivation was undoubtedly much weaker. She was only a 3-star Do Di. Despite this being the case, the sinister aura that she did not suppress caused the hearts of the two of them to tighten. That kind of aura was definitely not faked. However, it was still able to cause them to feel shocked. Just from this point alone, they were certain that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. Of course, among the three of them, the one who caused them to feel the most fear was undoubtedly Xiao Yang. Regardless of whether it was his character or strength, he far surpassed those of the same generation. At this moment, after a simple thought in their hearts, the two of them realized that following behind such a genius class expert did not appear to be a bad thing. Chapter 1066. Xiao Yang and the fairy doctor were currently seated within a majestic building in Feng City. Now that Feng City was going to be the base of the Xiao clan, it naturally became Xiao Yang's territory. This building originally belonged to the Southern Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall, but now that the Southern Hall Master was dead, it naturally became Xiao Yang's residence. The continuous journey had caused Xiao Yang and the fairy doctor to feel rather exhausted. Although they had temporarily dealt with the matters in the city, what they had to do next was the most important. The establishment of the Xiao clan would definitely not be an easy matter. In the vast northern region, they would probably encounter an endless amount of trouble from today onwards. As a result, they needed to rest even more. Xiao Yang and the fairy doctor had rushed all the way from the northern sea. Everything that had happened along the way had left them both physically and mentally exhausted. Cai might have reached the intermediate level of the origin transformation realm, but she had only just obtained this strength and was still unable to use it well. Adding on the matter of her brother, Zhu Qiong, her condition was extremely poor. Compared to the two of them, Cai was the one who needed to rest the most. I never imagined that you would establish the Xiao clan here. I thought you would continue on alone. Seated in the hall, the fairy doctor's lovely body lazily sat on a chair as she smiled at Xiao Yang. Haha, who says I'm alone? Don't I have you guys? Xiao Yang gently chuckled when he heard this. The fairy doctor could not help but purse her red lips. Cai's face remained indifferent. However, after hearing Xiao Yang's words, there was a slight change in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Other than her brother, there was no one else in this world. Xiao Yang's words could be said to be the greatest amount of trust he had for her. With Xiao Yang's sharp senses, he naturally discovered Cai's abnormality. A thought flashed across his heart, but he did not say anything. His eyes once again returned to the fairy doctor as he said, "Currently, I am certain that the so-called Ghost Slaughtergate is definitely a member of the Hun clan. Moreover, they seem to be very familiar with me. They know more than half of the skills that I have learnt. However, my understanding of them is limited to the fact that they are members of the Hun clan. If I wish to face them head-on, I will need to establish my own faction. I will no longer be like how I was in the past, allowing them to chase after me. The best way to deal with them is to use offense as a form of defense." An ice-cold expression surfaced on the fairy doctor's face after these words sounded. She already hated the Hun clan to the core. This was because they were Xiao Yang's enemy. Cai by the side heard Xiao Yang's words. Although she did not know just what kind of faction the so-called Ghost Slaughter sect was, she could understand from Xiao Yang's words that that group was definitely Xiao Yang's enemy. As her master's disciple, she would naturally not be kind to her master's enemy. After which, Xiao Yang and the little fairy doctor continued to chat for a while before they each went to rest. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, pondered for a moment before he turned around and walked out of the hall. After a simple search, Xiao Yang quickly arrived in front of a hidden stone room. He opened the stone door and entered it. He sat cross-legged and flicked his finger. An enormous medicinal cauldron appeared in front of him. It was the Luo Tian cauldron. On one hand, the establishment of the Xiao Gate was to prepare for their future encounter with the Ghost Slaughter sect. On the other hand, it was also to prepare for Xiao Yang's return to the western region. Although the sect leaders of the four great sects had been completely destroyed in the western region incident, their remaining strength would definitely be swallowed by Yi Luotian. Even until now, Xiao Yang was still unaware of this person's true strength. This fellow was truly a huge problem. Moreover, Xiao Yang could still clearly remember that there was a black-robed person following beside Yi Luotian. That person was someone from the Ghost Hall. From this point, Xiao Yang could also understand why Yi Luotian had targeted him. If it were not for his good luck back then, it was likely that he would have been captured by Yi Luotian. After the numerous clashes, Xiao Yang and Yi Luotian had already become mortal enemies. Hence, Xiao Yang would definitely kill Yi Luotian. However, given Yi Luotian's tactics, it was likely that the entire western region would fall into his hands without the restraint of those main factions. His strength was so enormous that it was not something that Xiao Yang could deal with alone. Hence, Xiao Yang needed to possess sufficient strength to support his return to the western region this time around. The Xiao Gate was undoubtedly the best choice. However, there were still some prerequisites to win over people's hearts. For example, the benefits of sufficiently moving people. To a 9-star Do Di, the Genesis Gathering Pill was a treasure that he absolutely could not refuse. 4 hours later, the Genesis Chi in Xiao Yang's body had once again returned to its peak. Only then did he retrieve the pill formula from his storage ring and carefully examine it. Next, medicinal ingredients flew out one after another from his storage ring. At the same time, a raging flame began to burn in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The originally dim stone room immediately became brightly lit. In a few years, Xiao Yang had not only risen from a rank 4 alchemist to a rank 5 alchemist, but even more powerful was the heavenly flame in his body that had fused together. The new type of heavenly flame that was formed from the merger of the bone-chilling flame and the sea heart flame was clearly many times stronger than before. This was not just in a fight. The strength of this heavenly flame was even more vividly displayed when refining medicine. The medicinal ingredients that were thrown into the medicinal cauldron swiftly withered after a short period of time. The impurities within were removed one by one under the control of Xiao Yang's spirit force, falling to the bottom of the cauldron. What remained floating in the flame was naturally the purest energy within the medicinal ingredients. With his status as a rank 5 alchemist and the power of the heavenly flame, it was extremely easy to refine the medicinal ingredients. Of course, a part of the reason for this was the Genesis gathering pill. Whether it was the medicinal ingredients or the grade of the pill, they were all of the lower tier amongst the tier 5 pills. Otherwise, even with the help of the heavenly flame, it would not have been so easy for Xiao Yang. Time flowed like flowing water. Unknowingly, 10 days had already passed since Xiao Yang entered the stone room. In the outside world, Caia had begun to manage all affairs in the city under the leadership of the little fairy doctor. Fang Tonghui and Liu Cheng also did not dare to stop as they helped gather the majority of the factions in the city. At the same time, the name of the Xiao clan gradually spread across the northern desolate region. Factions quickly arrived in Feng City one after another. Amongst them, the arrival of one group caused the little fairy doctor to be somewhat surprised. The person who had arrived was the owner of Ryuzawa Square that they had met in the Northern Sea not long ago, Liu Jin. Chapter 1067. Liu Jin's arrival was indeed outside of the little fairy doctor's expectations. She did not expect that this person from the depths of the Northern Sea would actually come all the way to Feng City to meet them. However, the doubt in the little fairy doctor's heart was greatly diminished when she heard that he had come to join Xiao Gate. As for the other forces and experts, they had more or less conflicts with the Northern Desolate Palace in the past. This time, they either chose to join the Xiao Gate or brought gifts to congratulate the Northern Desolate Palace. After a series of events, there were dozens of forces who came. Of course, only a few people chose to join the Xiao Gate in the end. Although the Xiao Gate's faction had barely formed an embryonic form during this 1 month, it was still quite a distance away from being truly established and rising. Fortunately, with the leadership of the little fairy doctor, the entire Feng City was managed in a decent manner. Many buildings had already been swiftly built. Even the rules of the Xiao Gate and some of its iconic badges could be seen everywhere in the current Feng City. Even Fang Tonghui, Liu Jin, and the other two quietly admired the little fairy doctor's ability to act. Although the other party was only a woman and a 3-star Do Di, she was extremely sharp and overbearing when she did things. There were even a couple of times when the three of them would involuntarily feel a chill rise in their hearts when their eyes met. It was very difficult to imagine that the other party was only a 3-star Do Di. Very quickly, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, the various factions that had come to Feng City might have treated them with respect, but there was no lack of troublemakers among them. Other than a couple of small factions led by elite Do Di that were easily defeated by the little fairy doctor's group, there were 3 other factions with origin transformation experts that had arrived in Feng City. Other than suppressing Xiao Gate, the main purpose of these 3 factions was to threaten the little fairy doctor to hand over Fang Tonghui and Liu Cheng. Their words implied that the 2 of them were remnants of the Northern Wasteland Hall and that they were determined not to let them live. However, they were still coldly rejected by the little fairy doctor. An origin transformation expert had actually been coldly sneered at by a 3-star Do Di. That person immediately became furious. However, he was easily forced back by the powerful aura of Caia, who had appeared later, at the critical moment. After this had happened 3 times in a row, the little fairy doctor's reputation within Feng City swiftly rose. Quite a number of people admired the determination and courage of this vice chief. This included Liu Jin and the other 2. However, it was also at this moment that 3 months later, the 3 forces that had left in succession actually joined forces for some unknown reason and once again returned to Feng City with the intention of washing away their humiliation. In the air above Feng City, 2 groups of people were currently facing off against each other. One of them was led by a woman, and behind her stood another woman and a few middle-aged men. The strongest among them was the woman behind the woman, a mid-origin transformation expert. On the other hand, the other group was led by 3 people. Looking at the auras of the 3 leaders, they were all at the origin transformation realm. The strongest among them was also a mid-origin transformation expert. A group like this was more than enough to easily suppress the people on the other side. Ha ha ha, little girl, I know that you have some ability, but you are at most a mid-origin transformation expert. We currently have 3 origin transformation experts, so we do not wish to fight with you. It's still the same as last time. Hand over the remnants of the Northern Desolate Hall and disband the Xiao Gate, and the 3 of us will let you leave today. Otherwise, Feng City will be your burial ground. Among the 3 people on the opposite side, a skinny old man let out a strange laugh. His eyes stared at the gloomy face of the little fairy doctor. At the same time that he spat out those words, a powerful aura spread out from his body and pressured the little fairy doctor. At almost the same time, Cai, who was standing behind the little fairy doctor, gently moved her feet. At the same time, an aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to Cai's swept out, blocking the old man. At this moment, the other 2 people on the opposite side also took a step forward. Their powerful auras immediately joined together and violently charged towards Cai. In an instant, Cai's aura was broken. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled as she took a few steps back. Her indifferent pretty face involuntarily frowned. She clenched her teeth and was about to step forward again when she was stopped by the little fairy doctor. Afterward, the little fairy doctor raised her head and looked at the 3 people on the other side. After a moment of thought, she said, "Sorry, I've already said that the Northern Desolate Hall has been destroyed. They are now members of the Xiao Gate, not some remnants of the Northern Desolate Hall. As for disbanding the Xiao Gate, I'm sorry, but we'll have to wait until our sect leader returns." "Oh, sect leader? Are you talking about that brat called Xiao Yang? It seems that he has not shown himself since the big battle 3 months ago. From the way I see it, it can't be that he was seriously injured in that big battle and is currently hiding somewhere to slowly recuperate." The other person among the 3 parted his mouth and laughed when he heard this. His face was filled with disdain. They were not aware of the big battle. Hence, they naturally did not believe that Xiao Yang had the strength to kill the Northern Desolate Hall's chief. At this moment, they could not help but laugh coldly in their hearts when they heard that the latter was not around. Ha ha ha, everyone has come from afar, yet you are still so concerned about the condition of this Xiao's body. This Xiao is really touched. Thank you for your concern. This Xiao is fine. However, at this moment, a clear laughter suddenly sounded in the sky above Feng City. Upon hearing this voice, the little fairy doctor and the rest immediately revealed a joyous expression. At the same time, the breath that had been suppressed in their chests was finally released. Almost at the same time as the expressions of the 3 origin transformation experts changed, a black figure suddenly appeared before the 3 of them. Without saying anything, it viciously threw a punch at the old man in the lead. A terrifying force instantly shattered space. The terrifying presence of destruction viciously collided with the arms that the old man hurriedly crossed in front of his chest as he returned to his senses. Bang! With the sound of bones breaking, the old man's body immediately flew back uncontrollably before heavily smashing into the city below. Soon after, just as the other 2 initial origin transformation experts were about to attack, 2 more punches landed on their faces without any warning. Their faces immediately became distorted. Soon after, their bodies uncontrollably smashed into the city like the first 2. Scram! If you dare to step into Feng City again, I'll take your lives next time. Thunderclouds began to gather in the sky above Feng City as these cold words were spat out. Chapter 1068. With a single shout, the world spun and thunderclouds churned. The 3 people in the city below were greatly shocked. Although Xiao Yang's punch was not enough to heavily injure them, it was enough to injure them. When the 3 of them returned to their senses and saw the churning thunderclouds in the sky, they became even more shocked. A single word was enough to cause the world to change color. Such power was truly shocking. When they thought of the terrifying strength Xiao Yang had just displayed, the fury in their hearts was instantly extinguished. They could not care about anything else. They forcefully suppressed the surging blood in their bodies and tried to leave. Stop! However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yang suddenly called out to the 3 of them from the sky. The three of them paused at the same time as fear surged into their hearts. Was this fellow suddenly going back on his words and going to kill them on the spot? You've destroyed the facilities in my city, and now you want to just leave like this? His tone sunk and the expressions on the faces of the three of them were startled. Immediately, the muscles on the corner of their eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. The buildings in the city were destroyed because of the former. Now, he, the one who injured them, had actually turned around and blamed them. From the looks of it, he even wanted them to hand over the compensation. However, just as one of the three of them was about to open his mouth, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. A biting cold killing intent instantly shrouded the hearts of the three of them. The words that had yet to be spat out from their mouths were forcefully stuck between their lips and teeth. A good while later, the three of them were finally unable to endure the pressure from Xiao Yang's presence. In the end, they reluctantly clenched their teeth and waved their hands, throwing down over 100 spiritual stones before leaving in a hurry. Cheers immediately sounded from the city below when they saw that the three origin transformation experts had been forced to flee by Xiao Yang's strength alone and had even left behind compensation in an embarrassing manner. Most of the people, who were unfamiliar with the chief in the sky, could not help but reveal a fiery hot expression on their faces. Numerous gazes that contained admiration landed on Xiao Yang's body in an orderly manner. He had forced back 3 origin transformation experts by himself. Just how many people in the entire northern wastelands could accomplish such a feat? Even today, some of the people who did not really believe in the Xiao clan had finally gained some understanding of this new organization. They felt even more respect for this young sect master. Who did not want to be young and capable? Who did not want to be arrogant and frivolous? However, just how many people in the world could actually achieve this? Being young and capable required resources, and being arrogant and frivolous required resources even more. However, everyone present knew that they did not have that ability. Even if that was the case, they had joined the Xiao clan and become members of the Xiao clan. In the future, even if they could not boast about themselves, they could proudly say that they were members of the Xiao clan. Within the Xiao clan, there was a Xiao Yang who was their sect master. The little fairy doctor, Liu Jin, and the others behind her involuntarily revealed a surprised expression as they looked at the people cheering loudly in the city below. Their eyes glanced at Xiao Yang and their hearts appeared to have understood something. Only after the three of them left did Xiao Yang turn around. He did not have time to chat with them. With a flash, he appeared above the stone room. He faced the center of the thunderclouds. The thunderclouds were not something that had been summoned by Xiao Yang. Instead, they were pill lightning, the pill lightning that had been summoned by the Class 5 Origin Gathering Pill. After experiencing a couple of failures during these 3 months, Xiao Yang finally completed the refinement of this Yuan Gathering Pill. Moreover, there were a total of 5 of them. 5 Origin Gathering Pills was equivalent to creating 5 Origin Transformation Experts. It was not difficult to imagine just how powerful a group like that would be. With a thought, Xiao Yang immediately shot out from his storage ring as the aura of the pill lightning in the sky became thicker and thicker. It stood proudly in the air like a metal tower. Under the doubtful gazes of everyone in the city, it charged directly at the pill lightning without any hesitation. At the same time, the thunderclouds churned as pill lightning descended. Thunder roared like a furious dragon as it viciously charged at the Northern King. Boom! Soon after, the two collided and the shocking lightning exploded. The Northern King had actually forcefully shattered the lightning with his body of steel. Whoosh! Immediately, a series of cries rang out from the city below. At the same time, the Northern King charged into the sky again, entering the thunderclouds. Xiao Yang below watched the Northern King's body enter the thundercloud. His eyes contained some surprise. However, he did not know whether the Northern King's strength would be able to rise again after he swallowed all the pill lightning. If the Northern King could break through again and reach returnance with his current cultivation, it would definitely be of great assistance to Xiao Yang. Once he returned to the western region and faced Yi Luotian, Xiao Yang would be even more confident in defeating him. As for the people from the Ghost Hall, Xiao Yang could only wait and see, even with his understanding of them. It's all thanks to you these past few months. Xiao Yang glanced at the churning thunderclouds in the sky as they hovered in the air. He then turned his head to the fairy doctor and smiled. The fairy doctor smiled back and sighed helplessly. I know you're not good at taking care of these matters, and I really can't help you with anything with my current cultivation, so I can only do what I can for you. Actually, this is not bad. In the past, when I walked with you, you were always in front of me. Now, it's better. I can stand behind you and shelter you from the wind and rain. If anyone dares to touch you, I will kill them. Xiao Yang pursed his mouth and smiled. Although his words were spoken in a casual manner, the biting cold intent that was contained within them still caused one's heart to be extremely shocked. This caused Liu Jin and the other two behind him to feel a chill in their hearts. In response, the little fairy doctor grinned, revealing two cute little dimples. Her beautiful eyes contained an indescribable warmth and happiness. Time flowed by. Half an hour later, the Northern King, who had charged into the thundercloud, once again came out. Soon after, the originally aggressive pill lightning slowly scattered. The Northern King once again returned to Xiao Yang's front in a spirited manner. Xiao Yang could not help but frown as he looked at the Northern King, who had not changed at all. It looked like Class 5 pill lightning was no longer of much use to the Northern King as his strength increased. If he wanted the Northern King to reach returnance, Xiao Yang would probably have to find another method. Chapter 1069. The chief of the Xiao Gate, Xiao Yang, was currently seated in the main seat in the meeting hall of the Xiao Gate. Below him were the little fairy doctor and the others. Everyone's eyes landed on Xiao Yang in unison after they took their seats. Now that the latter had appeared once again, everything in Feng City would naturally be decided by him. After taking their seats, the little fairy doctor gave a general description of the development of the Xiao Gate during these 3 months to Xiao Yang. The latter nodded his head repeatedly when he heard this. It must be said that the little fairy doctor's ability to take action really caused Xiao Yang to be extremely impressed. In a short 3 months, the originally empty Xiao Gate had nearly 20 Do Di members. Among them, there were 7 high-class Do Di. Although the cultivations of the remaining people could not be compared to these 7 people, they could not be underestimated. Of course, the 7 high-class Do Di members did not include Liu Jin and the other 2 present. In other words, if the 3 9-star Do Di were added together, the current Xiao Gate would have over 10 high-class Do Di members. Adding the origin transformation experts Xiao Yang and Cai as well as the Northern King whose strength was comparable to an advanced origin transformation expert, from a certain point of view, the strength of the current Xiao Gate had already surpassed the Northern Desolate Hall of the past. Clan Master, within these 3 months, Vice Clan Master led the few of us to build Feng City and recruit people from all over the place. Until now, all of the shops in Feng City have already belonged to our Xiao clan. Only a portion of the experts still retain their freedom and remain in Feng City. This is all thanks to Vice Clan Master. Vice Clan Master has rejected powerful enemies 4 times and protected the lives of our 2 clans. For this reason, the 2 of us are extremely grateful for Clan Master and Vice Clan Master's kindness to our 2 clans. Currently, the 2 of us have already brought all of our family members into the city. They are staying in our original mansion. Adding the elite Do Di from our 2 clans, our Xiao Gate currently has a total of nearly 30 elite Do Di. There are also countless Ban Di experts. From today onwards, our 2 clans and Xiao Gate will live and die together. Fang Tonghui and Liu Cheng quickly opened their mouths to speak after Xiao Yang and the little fairy doctor's words sounded. The words in their mouths were filled with praise and admiration for the little fairy doctor. When they mentioned themselves, their words sounded extremely loyal. Being able to bring their family members into the city was undoubtedly proving their relationship with the Xiao Gate to Xiao Yang. Of course, Xiao Yang still coldly laughed in his heart at this. Although these words sounded comfortable, one only needed to think a little to understand that the reason they had brought their family members into the city was because they were afraid that they would be killed by powerful enemies if they continued to stay in their original places. If they were to bring them into Feng City, their family members would undoubtedly be much safer with the Xiao Gate as a shield. Cuckoo, good. The loyalty of the 2 of you can be seen. I am very comforted. Hopefully, The two of you will continue to work hard in the future. I have already prepared a gift for the three of you present." Xiao Yang's dark black eyes flickered as he smiled slightly. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After which, he poured out 3 long and sized round medicinal pills and said with a smile, "These are the medicinal pills that I have refined over the past 3 months, the Yuan gathering pill." Once these words were spoken, a golden glow immediately appeared in the eyes of the 3 people present. 3 pairs of eyes that were filled with a fiery heat uniformly landed on the 3 medicinal pills in the air above Xiao Yang's palm. They carefully sensed the surging medicinal strength contained within the medicinal pills. The 3 of them did not doubt that these 3 medicinal pills were undoubtedly the Gathering Yuan pills. Yuan Gathering Pill. This was a miraculous medicinal pill that could guarantee that their cultivation would break through to the origin transformation stage. However, just as Fang Tonghui and Liu Cheng's fiery gazes were fixed on these medicinal pills, Liu Jin suddenly knitted his brows in suspicion. He clearly remembered that Xiao Yang seemed to be a Tier 5 formation master. How did he suddenly become a Tier 5 alchemist? Noticing Liu Jin's suspicious gaze, Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed. With a gentle smile, he kept the medicinal pills in his hand. Seeing the disappointment that flitted across the faces of the 3 people, he said, "To be honest, the reason why I established the Xiao Gate is because I have a great enemy in the western region. If I were to rely on my own strength, it would be very difficult for me to contend against him. Therefore, I hope to borrow the strength of a faction. The few of you will be my greatest reliance when I return to the western region." Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the 3 people present immediately knitted their brows. They did not expect that Xiao Yang, who was in the northern region, would actually have connections with a faction in the western region. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that he wanted the 3 of them to make a trip to the western region with him. The 3 of them immediately frowned when they thought of this. If this was the case, not only would they not be able to become famous in the northern region after joining the Xiao Gate, they would also have to leave their homes. "Chief, our clans have lived in the northern region for generations. Now that we have joined the Xiao Gate, it is for the sake of being able to settle down. However, if you were to bring us to the western region with this action of yours, wouldn't it be very difficult for us to return? Once the foundations of our clans are destroyed, won't the few of us become homeless dogs? I'm afraid that we must not go to the western region. Otherwise, relax, I don't need all of you to go. After all, the headquarters of the Xiao Gate is still here. It is impossible for me to leave it alone. This time around, I only need the 3 of you to return to the western region. As for the clans behind you, you can be at ease and stay in the northern region. It will not be too late for you to return once the matters over there are over." Xiao Yang was able to guess the thoughts in the hearts of the 3 of them with a single guess. Before their words sounded, he had already voiced his thoughts. When he saw that the 3 of them still had a thread of hesitation, he continued to open his mouth and said, "After this matter is over, each of you will get one of the 3 Yuan gathering pills as you have seen earlier. Additionally, I will add an additional extreme transformation pill. This can be considered your reward for following me to the western region this time around." A joyous glow immediately blossomed on the faces of the 3 of them when these words of Xiao Yang were spoken. If this was the case, the outcome would be completely different. It was unexpected that they would not only be able to obtain the Yuan gathering pill, but also an additional extreme transformation pill. They must not miss out on such a good thing. Chief's words are too serious. As members of the Xiao Gate, it is reasonable for us to go through water and tread on fire for the Xiao Gate. How can there be a reward for doing things? However, if these few medicinal pills can be used as our reward for battle merits, it might be quite beneficial for the future growth of our Xiao Gate. Xiao Yang involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he heard this. These 3 fellows might have called him Xiao Gate this and that on the surface, but from the beginning until the end, they did not treat him as a member of Xiao Gate. It was likely that they were merely trying to find a suitable reason for him to take the medicinal pill. In that case, the few of you should return and prepare. Wait for another 3 months. After 3 months, we will return to the western region. Chapter 1070. As the news of the 3 origin transformation experts being forced back by the master of the Xiao sect spread, an invisible storm quickly swept through the northern wastelands. Xiao Yang's name also began to spread among all the large and small organizations in the northern wastelands. In less than 10 days, almost everyone in the northern wastelands knew the name Xiao Yang, especially when they heard that the master of the Xiao sect was just a young man. Shock and curiosity rose in everyone's hearts. 10 days later, experts from various places began to set off toward Feng City one after another. At this moment, Feng City had already undergone a drastic change. The majestic buildings were like towering mountains in Feng City, causing the entire city to look several times more majestic than before. Even the area it originally occupied had expanded by nearly a third. Currently, it was not just Feng City. Even the area thousands of kilometers away from Feng City had become the territory of the Xiao sect. The few spirit veins that belonged to the Northern Wastelands Hall in the past had also been taken over by the Xiao sect. Ever since Xiao Yang had emerged from his seclusion, the foundation of the Xiao sect had risen by several levels in just 10 short days. Other than this, with the arrival of the various factions, quite a number of them had joined Xiao Gate. In less than half a month, the number of elite Do Di within Xiao Gate had nearly doubled compared to half a month ago. This caused Liu Jin and the others to be extremely shocked in their hearts. Additionally, by relying on the large amount of resources that the Northern Wastelands Hall had accumulated in the past, Xiao Yang had used medicinal pills as a reward to attract a large number of Do Di to join. Other than the 50 Do Di that belonged to the Xiao sect, there were another 20 that were hired. These people, including most of the people who had joined the Xiao sect, had all joined because of the rewards that Xiao Yang had given them. This was something that Xiao Yang was extremely clear on. With the rapid growth of the Xiao sect, 2 months had unknowingly passed. During this period of time, the master of the Xiao sect, Xiao Yang, had once again disappeared. The crazy absorption caused the territory of Xiao Gate to become increasingly large. The number of experts within it caused the expressions of quite a number of factions within the Northern Wasteland to change. Even though this was the case, these factions still adopted an observing attitude. After all, it was just as Xiao Yang had thought. The current Xiao Gate was just like a balloon that was swiftly expanding. The people within Xiao Gate were like various different kinds of gases. Should one of them suddenly explode, the entire balloon would naturally explode. At that time, the entire Xiao Gate would collapse without needing to be attacked. A swift growth would definitely bring about various kinds of criticism to Xiao Gate. However, Xiao Yang still chose to ignore it. The consequences would naturally be something that he would not be able to endure. The current Xiao Gate might appear large on the surface, but it had actually reached the edge of collapse. Xiao Yang and the little fairy doctor, Cai, were seated in the meeting hall of the Xiao sect. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was frowning. Her pretty eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. Her eyes were filled with worry. She had naturally clearly seen the recent situation of Xiao Gate with her eyes. Although the number of experts within Xiao Gate had increased by quite a lot, the current Xiao Gate was still in a state of disunity. There were many things that even she, as the deputy chief, was unable to control. However, Xiao Yang, who was the greatest reliance of Xiao Gate, was still as calm as usual. He unceremoniously accepted all those outsiders, but it appeared that he had never thought of the consequences. Xiao Yang was the greatest reliance of Xiao Gate. Xiao Yang, many situations have occurred in succession in the Xiao sect recently. The few high-class Do Di who had just joined have some friction with the people from Fang Tonghui and Liu Cheng's factions. Recently, the city has also become extremely chaotic. Even Cai is unable to completely suppress those people. How many elite Do Di do we currently have? Xiao Yang was not concerned about these questions. Instead, he smiled and asked this question. The little fairy doctor was involuntarily startled when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth to speak again. Originally, there were 73 of them. However, 16 elite Do Di have left due to the incident in the city during this period of time. Just the high-class Do Di alone accounted for 11 of them. Currently, the remaining elite Do Di in the Xiao sect, along with those hired Do Di, is a total of 57 people. 57, huh? That's about right, Xiao Yang smiled. He had naturally clearly seen the situation in the city. However, this kind of situation was not enough to cause him to be worried. He clearly understood that the growth of the Xiao sect was too fast. Hence, there would definitely be people who would be eliminated during this process. In reality, those who were able to remain were usually some of the stronger people. Those who were able to survive in this chaos would definitely be the cream of the crop. This was also what Xiao Yang needed. What he needed was not the so-called Do Di but the strong. As long as one's strength was sufficient, one's character was not very important. As for managing the order in the city, it could not be any simpler. Buzz. Soon after the words from Xiao Yang's mouth sounded, a powerful aura and pressure swept out from within Xiao Yang's body. It was just like an invisible storm that instantly swept over the entire Feng city. The expressions of everyone in the city instantly changed drastically. Immediately, a black-robed human figure appeared in the sky above Feng City when everyone in the city raised their heads. Soon after, two beautiful figures also followed and stood beside the black-robed person. Countless number of people in the city below wore shocked expressions as they looked at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. There was no need to say anything. This black-robed person who had suddenly appeared was undoubtedly the chief of the Xiao sect, Xiao Yang. Although most of the people in the city had heard of this sect leader Xiao's name, there were not many people who had truly seen the latter's appearance. At this moment, when they saw him, everyone in the city knew exactly what was called a dragon among men, an outstanding talent among outstanding talents. This is the chief. It is unexpected that he actually looks even younger than what is rumored in the outside world. His cultivation has actually reached the intermediate level of the origin transformation stage at such a young age. TSK, how amazing. Hey, from today onwards, there will be another giant in the northern region. With the chief present, I want to see if those factions will still dare to be arrogant. Xiao Yang's appearance immediately caused a commotion in the city. At this moment, everyone in the originally chaotic city had simultaneously shifted their gazes to Xiao Yang. Cuckoo, I think that everyone has already heard that this time around, our Xiao sect is about to lead our troops into the western region to attack a faction in the western region. Since everyone present is willing to stay, I think that you all agree with our Xiao sect's plan this time around. Since this is the case, I promise everyone that after this matter is completed, I will reward everyone with an extreme transformation pill. Additionally, I will also reward you with another medicinal pill based on your contribution. The faces of all the elite Do Di present simultaneously revealed a fiery hot expression when they heard about the extreme transformation pill. The extreme transformation pill was a medicinal pill that could allow an elite Do Di to raise their cultivation. How could they not be moved? Honestly speaking, which of the elite Do Di present did not join the Xiao sect for the sake of the extreme transformation pill? Without any benefits, how could these fellows, who lived on the edge of their blades, willingly join a faction? Now that Xiao Yang had mentioned the extreme transformation pill, the interest of these fellows was immediately piqued. Chief, you can rest assured. As long as we are around, we don't care what kind of dogshit sect it is. With so many elite Do Di here, even if each of us spit a mouthful of saliva, it would be enough to drown it. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, a wave of laughter sounded within the city. Xiao Yang was unconcerned about this. He laughed softly and took the opportunity to speak. I feel extremely gratified that everyone has such confidence. However, the trip to the western region this time around is not child's play. Therefore, I have no choice but to seriously inform everyone that I must select a portion of the stronger experts from among you to accompany me to the western region. As for the others, I hope that you can continue to guard the northern region. The foundation of our Xiao sect will be handed to you. The moment his voice sounded, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's heart without waiting for everyone in the city to react. A powerful aura and pressure suddenly landed in the city. The frightening aura and pressure pressed down on everyone until they bent their backs. Their entire faces instantly turned bright red. There were even quite a number of people whose faces had revealed a pale white expression. Facing the pressure of an origin transformation expert, it was truly difficult for them to contend against it. Everyone, from now on, anyone among you who can withstand my pressure and step into the air, even if it's just a single step, will join my group heading to the western region. On the other hand, you will be stationed in Feng City. The choice is entirely up to everyone. The hearts of everyone in the city were immediately shocked when these words were uttered. Xiao Yang actually wanted them to withstand the pressure of an origin transformation expert and even wanted them to step into the air. Was this not a little too unrealistic? Of course, as a form of encouragement, from now on, anyone who can withstand my aura and pressure and step into the void within 10 minutes will receive a 5th-grade medicinal pill. Xiao Yang's words were like a shot of adrenaline to everyone present. In an instant, the blood of all the people suppressed by Xiao Yang's aura began to boil. Every single one of them had scarlet eyes as they crazily circulated the dou qi in their bodies. All the muscles on their bodies bulged as they attempted to stand up straight under Xiao Yang's pressure. At that moment, the allure of a Tier 5 medicinal pill was perfectly displayed. Everyone in the city, regardless of whether they were an elite Dou Di, a Ban Di, or an existence with an even weaker cultivation, hoped to attempt to break through Xiao Yang's aura pressure. Unfortunately, not a single person had truly stood up and walked into the sky from the beginning until the end. The person they were facing was, after all, a middle-level origin transformation expert. The gap between a Dou Di and an origin transformation expert could not be bridged. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through. On the other hand, Xiao Yang, who was in the sky, sighed as he looked at the few spots in the crowd below. His eyes contained some anticipation. I say, since when have you become so generous with a Tier 5 medicinal pill? You seem to have only refined a total of 5 origin gathering pills, right? At this moment, the little fairy doctor by the side suddenly opened her mouth with a mocking expression. She did not believe that Xiao Yang was able to take out a rank 5 medicinal pill. It was likely that these words were at the very most used to scare the Dou Di in the city below. Haha, you seem to have forgotten. Although I don't have any other medicinal pills, there are some Tier 5 medicinal pills in the Northern Wasteland Hall's warehouse. Other than a small portion of them, most of them can barely be used as finished pills. Rather than keeping them, it is better to give them to them. Xiao Yang smiled craftily. Although those Tier 5 medicinal pills could barely be used, they were not good things in his eyes. If they could bring him some convenience, it was fine to give them to these people. 10 minutes later, there were indeed 6 people in the crowd below who were walking in the air. 3 of them had only lifted their feet. However, this could be considered to have completed Xiao Yang's request. Naturally, they also received the rewards that Xiao Yang had promised. 2 hours later, with Xiao Yang purposely going easy on them, there were less than 30 people in the entire Feng City who had joined Xiao Yang's group. Although the number was not large, Xiao Yang was extremely satisfied with this. The quality of an army was more important than the quantity. What Xiao Yang needed was true strength and not a group of stragglers. With the addition of 31 high-class Dou Di, there were a total of 34 high-class Dou Di including Liu Jin and the other 2. These 3 fellows were really careful. None of the elite Dou Di from the factions behind them were willing to join. They even righteously said that they were preserving the strength of the Xiao Gate to avoid being attacked from both front and back. Xiao Yang could only coldly laugh in his heart in response to this. After giving a soft laugh, he led the group and flew toward a city in the northern wasteland that had a transportation formation that led to the western region. Along the way, the mighty group attracted the attention of quite a number of people. When they recognized the black-robed young man leading the group, their faces revealed shocked expressions. Some of the sect leaders from the factions that passed by even came forward to make contact with them. It seemed that they were afraid that these people were here to attack them. There were even some people with strong characters who released their sect's formation at Xiao Yang's group from a distance. Only when they saw that Xiao Yang's group had disappeared from their sight did the sect leader finally relax in fear. A few days later, this group of people arrived at a city called Wu City. The mighty group of people could not help but once again cause a commotion. It was only when this group of people quietly stood in the large plaza in the city and were surrounded by a formation that the people in the city finally understood that this group of people had actually come for the transportation formation. As they stood on the transportation formation, a golden light flashed. This large group of people, who had caused everyone in the city to be alarmed just a moment ago, quickly and leisurely disappeared from the formation. A short while later, a golden light flashed on another large plaza in the western region. A large group of people suddenly appeared in the city. In front of the crowd, Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at the sky above him. A stern expression gradually surged into his eyes. Western region, Yi Luotian, I have returned. Chapter 1071. There was a total of over 30 people in the group. Although there were not many of them in terms of numbers, their mighty aura shook everyone in the city the moment they appeared. Everyone who saw the sudden appearance of this enormous force was shocked. When they looked at the group from Xiao Gate, they completely ignored the gazes of others. Under Xiao Yang's lead, the group headed south in a mighty manner. Through the map, Xiao Yang clearly knew their current location. They were currently at the northernmost part of the Shilin region. Directly south was the Green Hunchback Mountain. The original base of the four great sects had likely already fallen into Yi Luotian's hands. The forces of the four great sects had likely been completely taken over by the latter. With the four great sects united as one, even though the sect was no longer as prosperous as before, its foundation was definitely several times greater than before. Where are we going now? On a mountain peak, the little fairy doctor glanced at the map in Xiao Yang's hand and asked curiously. By the side, Cai's gaze also looked over. The group behind her were sizing up this world in a bored manner. It was rumored that the western region was a barren land. However, from the looks of it, it seemed to be quite different from the legends. Haha, I heard that the western region is divided into the Shilin region and the western desolate region. Looks like our current location should be in the Shilin region. A glint flashed across Fang Tonghue's eyes as he smilingly opened his mouth to explain. That's right. Next, we will head there. Xiao Yang curled his lips and smiled. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. He extended his finger and pointed at a coordinate on the map. It was the Green Hunchback Mountain. With a wave of his large hand, he led the group behind him and swiftly flew towards the south. An hour later, the group of over 30 people arrived at the Green Hunchback Mountain. The so-called Green Hunchback Mountain did not refer to a mountain, but a vast mountain range. In the past, the Green Hunchback Mountain was jointly divided by the four major sects of the Shilin region, each occupying a corner of the mountain happily. However, now, ever since the four major sect leaders had fallen in the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, the Withered Leaf sect, as one of the four major sects, had finally revealed its true nature and ambition. Within a short half a month, he had taken in all the remaining people from the other three large sects. As the saying goes, those who submit will prosper while those who resist will die. In order to completely control the four large sects, Yi Luotian had killed quite a number of people during the subsequent period of time. The number of people who had been killed because they had rebelled against Yi Luotian was countless. There were even many elite Do Di among them. It was also because of this that the rebellion within the sect was swiftly suppressed by his bloody methods. The remaining people were also extremely terrified of him. In the following period of time, no one dared to oppose him. No one dared to refute Yi Luotian's words. The current Green Hunchback Mountain had undergone a drastic change under Yi Luotian's inhumane management. Large and small buildings had been built throughout the mountain range. The symbol of the Withered Leaf sect was everywhere. Even after many years, the murderous aura still appeared unusually solemn in this place. It was even possible to see a thin layer of blood fog in the sky. From this, one could imagine just how many people Yi Luotian had killed a few years ago in order to control this place. Xiao Yang's group did not say much after arriving at Green Hunchback Mountain. They used the most forceful method to kill a couple of the upper echelon elders of the Withered Leaf sect in the shortest amount of time. The remaining people were dismissed by Xiao Yang. In the end, only the first elder of the Withered Leaf sect was brought in front of Xiao Yang. There was no pity in Xiao Yang's eyes as he looked at the yellow-robed old man in front of him. The person in front of him might appear a little pitiful at this moment, but Xiao Yang had personally witnessed this fellow killing people in a merciless manner just a few minutes ago. The expression on his face was clearly incomparably carefree. Not killing such a person would be going against the heavens. How could there be any pity? In the face of Xiao Yang's group and after witnessing how powerful they were, the yellow-robed old man finally revealed a terrified expression. His body trembled as he knelt in front of Xiao Yang and continuously kowtowed. There was no longer any trace of his previous awe-inspiring appearance. Elder, this junior has never met Elder before. I wonder if Elder can spare this junior on account of my old age. This junior will definitely be eternally grateful. The old man's tone was panicked as he opened his mouth. His words were filled with terror. His entire body trembled repeatedly as he spoke. Cold sweat fell like rain. Even though Xiao Yang did not use any tactics, he was still frightened until his face turned green. That's right. I want to know the development of the Withered Leaf sect over the past few years, as well as Yi Luotian's current location. Xiao Yang was expressionless. Even though it was true that he had destroyed the Withered Leaf sect's current location, from the surface, Green Hunchback Mountain was not Yi Luotian's true location. Otherwise, he would not have only sent a few ordinary Do Di to guard this place. Moreover, all the resources in Green Hunchback Mountain had already been taken away by Yi Luotian. The current Green Hunchback Mountain was just like an empty mountain. The expression on the yellow-robed old man's face immediately changed when he heard Xiao Yang mention Yi Luotian. Before he had time to think, Xiao Yang's frightening aura suddenly descended on the old man's head. The frightening aura instantly pressed down on him until he could not breathe. His green face turned purple-red. The bones and internal organs in his body were ruthlessly crushed by Xiao Yang's aura. Do Qi flowed in all directions uncontrollably and his entire body changed color in an instant. It was a long while later when the yellow-robed old man's body was about to explode. Only then did he hurriedly nod his head with a face filled with fear. At the same time, the aura that descended on his head abruptly scattered. After which, the yellow-robed old man spoke of Yi Luotian's current situation with a heart filled with fear. When this information was transmitted to Xiao Yang's ears, the expression on the latter's face gradually became gloomy. In the end, a rich killing intent surged onto his face. Even the aura within his body had involuntarily become violent. Bang! Just as the yellow-robed old man's words sounded, Xiao Yang flipped his hand and angrily swatted the latter's head. The old man's body emitted a bang and exploded into a bloody fog that scattered across the sky. The expressions of the crowd behind him suddenly became shocked. It was very difficult to imagine that Xiao Yang, who had always appeared incomparably calm, would actually suddenly change his expression because of the yellow-robed old man's words. Even his mental state was no longer calm. Let's go to the Shilin mountain range. Chapter 1072. According to the yellow-robed elder, 4 years ago, Yi Luotian had joined forces with the number 1 faction in the western region, the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Both parties had joined forces to dominate the western region. The originally low-key Qin Wasteland Maze Valley suddenly appeared for some unknown reason and no longer hid in the western region. Instead, together with Yi Luotian, they began to endlessly swallow up all the factions in the western region. In the short span of 4 years, over half of the factions in the western region, which had originally occupied their own territories, had been razed to the ground by the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. The experts in their sects had either submitted to the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley or been completely annihilated. In these 4 years, 1/5 of the so-called top 500 factions in the western region had been destroyed. Even the ordinary disciples in some of the sects had not been able to escape being killed. From this, one could see how ruthless the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was. Over the past few years, the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley had not only expanded their influence in the western wasteland region, they had also extended their reach into the Shilin region. Now, countless forces of various sizes in the Shilin region had been swallowed up by them. According to the yellow-robed elder, recently, the Valley Master of the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, accompanied by Yi Luotian, had headed to the last area in the Shilin region that had not been swallowed up by them. Shilin Mountain Range. The Shilin Mountain Range had been divided by magical beasts all year round. The 4 great beast kings in the depths of the Shilin Mountain Range had caused countless experts to tremble in fear. This was especially so for the one in the hinterland of Shilin. It was a figure that could cause the entire western region to tremble. However, this time, The Qin Wasteland Maze Valley and Yi Luotian's goal was the latter. Not only did they want to swallow the Shilin mountain range, they also wanted to take down the king of the Shilin mountain range, Lung Bingshuang. In the depths of the Shilin mountain range, a mighty group stood in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. On the opposite mountain peak, a few figures were standing, blocking the group's path. When one turned around and looked behind this group, the endless mountain range was filled with a sea of fire. Countless magical beast corpses were strewn all over the place. Wildfire spread and gradually covered the entire Shilin mountain range. My Shilin mountain range has never had any conflicts with the outside world. Why must you act in this manner? Among the group, Tian Ying, who was dressed in blue robes, stood up. He had a sullen expression as he looked at the group of people before him. Although there weren't many people on the other side, each of them had a strong aura. They couldn't be compared to them at all, especially the two people in the lead. Although they didn't reveal any aura, the invisible pressure contained in the special momentum made them feel even more dangerous. This feeling was something they had only felt before when they faced the Great Lord in the hinterlands of Shilin. This also meant that the two people before them had probably already stepped into the origin transformation realm. An origin transformation expert. Sky Eagle's heart shuddered. He stepped forward but did not retreat. However, the expression on his face became even more solemn. Page, Lung Bingshuang, I haven't seen you for a few years. I wonder if your injuries have healed. Ha 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 ha. I know you're in there. What's wrong? You don't even dare to face me when you see me. Oh right, how does it feel when the cold poison flares up? Is it very uncomfortable? Ha 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 ha. Ignoring Tian Ying's words, one of the two leaders, a middle-aged man in blue robes, looked towards the depths of the Shilin mountain range with an evil grin on his face. With his cultivation, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful and familiar aura. The owner of that aura was undoubtedly Lung Bingshuang. Loud laughter rang out, shaking the entire mountain range. His mighty voice even caused the snow in the hinterlands of Shilin to pause slightly. This was enough to show how powerful this person's cultivation was. PH, not going to speak. Then I'll just start with your trash subordinates. I don't believe you won't attack. With a cold smile, the middle-aged man waved his hand the instant his words sounded. A sharp energy pillar immediately shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of Sky Eagle and viciously chopped towards Sky Eagle's head. Even with Sky Eagle's cultivation, it was impossible for him to dodge such a powerful attack. Hence, he could only watch as the energy pillar approached. Soon after, just as the energy pillar was about to land on Sky Eagle's head, a large black figure suddenly flashed out in front of him. With a poochie sound, fresh blood splattered and a painful roar was emitted. However, the energy pillar that was about to land on Sky Eagle's head was successfully blocked. When the people present focused their eyes, they saw that the thing blocking in front of the Sky Eagle was actually an enormous python. On the head of the large python was a single horn that was shaped like lightning. The black scales that covered its body had also been forcefully shattered after blocking the attack. Its body was bloody and it was even possible to clearly see the dense white bones that were exposed in the air. Scaled snake. Scaled snake was originally a narwhal snake. However, after it had exited its retreat, Sky Eagle and the others had given it this name out of convenience in the face of the 9-star Do Di narwhal snake. Being a 9-star Do Di, the narwhal snake had always been the strongest amongst the 5 of them. Its strength could be said to be powerful. However, it appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow from an expert at the origin transformation stage. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that this fellow would actually block this attack for you. What a reckless idiot. The most untrustworthy thing in this world is your so-called friendship. In the face of benefits, it's not worth mentioning at all. That middle-aged man laughed when he saw this. His face was filled with disdain and ridicule. Deep within his eyes, there was an expression of hatred. A person like you is not worthy of friendship. Sky Eagle's face was filled with fury as he turned around and shot over. Both of his fists were clenched tightly. The Do Chi within his body flowed wildly. His blue eyes were filled with an endless killing intent. Humph humph humph. I am not worthy. It is not up to you to say such word. Tyrannical killing intent was suddenly revealed on the middle-aged man's face the instant Sky Eagle's words sounded. His body abruptly turned and appeared in front of Sky Eagle in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right hand and powerful Genesis chi gathered on his palm, causing his hand to appear as sharp as a blade as he viciously hacked at Sky Eagle's head. This time, no one would be able to save him in time. Ha! It was at this moment that an ice-cold furious roar suddenly sounded. The temperature of the area abruptly plummeted at the same time. At the same time, an icy blue ice mirror suddenly appeared in front of Sky Eagle like a ghost, once again blocking the middle-aged man's attack for him. Oh! Great Tao of Ice, Lung Bingshuang, you have finally intervened. Chapter 1073. In the depths of the Shalin mountain range, the middle-aged man viciously slammed his palm against the ice mirror before him. A violent force immediately erupted, and he used the opportunity to rapidly retreat. In the blink of an eye, he had already returned to the side of the other person. When he stopped, the middle-aged man quickly lifted his gaze and looked over. He saw that at the place where the ice mirror had been, a beautiful woman in an icy blue dress was standing proudly. Her beautiful icy blue eyes were also staring at the two people in front of her with endless coldness. Ha 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 ha. Lung Bingshuang, you're finally willing to come out. And here I thought you would only guard your crappy place and never come out. The middle-aged man sneered. His gaze constantly swept over Lung Bingshuang's proud body, but there was not the slightest lust in his eyes. There was only endless killing intent. At his level, he no longer had the desire for women that he had when he was young. The only thing in his heart right now was power. Great power was the main theme of this world. Qin Shuro, today, this king will settle the debt from back then. Upon hearing Qin Shuro's words, the expression on Lung Bingshuang's pretty face became even colder. She gently lifted her beautiful eyes and the temperature of the world instantly dropped by quite a bit. At the same time, Qin Shuro and the rest could clearly see that the surface of Lung Bingshuang's skin, which was exposed to the air, was actually covered by a thin layer of ice. A sinister aura immediately spread out from Lung Bingshuang's body. Even with Qin Shuro's cultivation, he could not help but be surprised when he sensed the chilling presence. Just from this point alone, he could clearly sense that not only had the chilling poison in Lung Bingshuang's body been purged, her cultivation had also increased. She had reached the peak of the late origin transformation realm. Even when compared to him, she was not inferior. The peak of the late origin transformation realm. How is this possible? Just what has this woman done in these past few years? She was in the heart of Shalin, where the chilling qi is abundant. How could she purge the chilling poison in her body? Sensing this, Qin Shuro's expression immediately changed slightly. If that was the case, subduing Lung Bingshuang would require a lot more effort. It's Xiao Yang. That brat has a strange flame. He must have helped Lung Bingshuang get rid of the cold poison in her body. Otherwise, she would never have recovered. At the side, an old man in a hemp robe stood up. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Lung Bingshuang opposite him. A sneer flashed across the depths of his eyes. Xiao Yang. It was that Xiao Yang again. Yi Luotian, where is this brat you were talking about? I've already searched the entire western region, but I still haven't found him. Where exactly is he? Upon hearing the old man's words, Qin Shuro's face immediately revealed an uncontrollable killing intent. He would definitely avenge his son's death. The linen-robed old man beside him was Yi Luotian. Valley Master, that kid has been missing all these years, and we've already searched half of the western region. Now, this is the only place left. Are you saying that Xiao Yang is here? There's no other place. Yi Luotian nodded with a solemn expression. After some thought, Qin Shuro turned his head and his gaze landed on Lung Bingshuang's body. His eyes were ice-cold as he reprimanded. Lung Bingshuang, Lung Bingshuang, it seems that not only will I be able to settle the score between us today, I will also be able to take revenge for my son. In response to Qin Shuro's words, Lung Bingshuang's pretty face was ice-cold. Not a single ripple of emotion could be seen on her face, but the terrifying cold qi that spread from her body grew increasingly dense. Lung Bingshuang, die. Suddenly, Qin Shuro's body moved, and Genesis qi surged from his body. He crossed his hands in front of him, and 2 short spears condensed from ice appeared in his hands. The spears intersected, and 2 powerful streams of energy shot out, shooting towards Lung Bingshuang along with his body. In the face of Qin Shuo's attack, Lung Bingshuang did not dodge or evade. Her slender jade-like hand viciously swiped in front of her as ice rapidly condensed in her palm. The instant her jade-like hand clenched, an icy blue long sword also condensed and formed. The long sword spun in her hand as Genesis Chi shot out, neutralizing the 2 incoming pillars of energy. Next, her delicate body trembled slightly before disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. Clang 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 clang, almost in the next instant, the crisp sound of metal colliding rang out in the sky. The 2 figures intertwined rapidly, and the 2 short spears and the slender ice sword rapidly clashed. Intense sounds of collision rang out one after another, and waves of powerful energy ripples continuously swept out between the heavens and earth. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically in the face of such a lineup. All the elite Do Di felt extremely shocked in their hearts. The advanced level of the origin transformation stage was really this frightening. Such strength was like the difference between the sky and the earth when compared to them, the so-called elite Do Di. No wonder it was said that the gap between the origin transformation stage and the Do Di stage was like a watershed. From this battle, everyone present could clearly see just how huge the gap was between them and the 2 before them. A so-called Do Di was nothing in front of an origin transformation stage expert. After hundreds of moves, the battle between the 2 was still undecided. On the other hand, Yi Luotian's heart sank as he looked at Qin Shuo in the arena. If this fellow continued to fight like this, it was likely that the outcome would not be what he hoped for. After several hundred exchanges, not only was Lung Bingshuang not defeated, she had even suppressed Qin Shuo. As the cold qi in Lung Bingshuang's body grew denser and denser, her aura also grew stronger and stronger. If this continued, Lung Bingshuang's cultivation would break through to the returnant stage. Such a strange scene immediately caused Yi Luotian to feel uneasy. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate. Yi Luotian found an opportunity. The instant Qin Shuo and Lung Bingshuang clashed again, his body under the linen robes suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the 2. With a flip of his hand, his palm viciously landed on Lung Bingshuang's shoulder. Ugh! Fresh blood splattered and Lung Bingshuang's lovely body suddenly trembled. A muffled snort was emitted from her pretty nose. Her body swiftly dodged. Even though she managed to avoid the vital parts of her body, the 2 short spears still left a couple of scars on her soft and boneless lovely body. Bright red fresh blood immediately dyed her icy blue dress red. Lung Bingshuang's figure rapidly retreated as the 4 Heavenly Eagle members hurriedly rushed forward to protect her. Their faces were filled with killing intent as they stared at Yi Luotian and Qin Shuo. Despicable. Lung Bingshuang endured the intense pain in her body as she wiped away the fresh blood from the corner of her mouth. She could not help but curse out loud. He, the winner is king while the loser is in the wrong. We never said it would be a one-on-one, it's just your own wishful thinking. Yi Luotian snorted in response, while Qin Shuo angrily glared at Yi Luotian as he coldly reprimanded. Bastard, didn't I say that this is a battle between me and her? Since when did you have the right to interfere? Valley Master, you should know the situation better than I do. If I had not intervened, I'm afraid. You, upon hearing this, Qin Shuo hatefully gritted his teeth and withdrew his gaze. Yi Luotian shot a glance at the former as he could not help but icily chuckle in his heart. Extremely obscure killing intent swiftly flitted across the depths of his eyes. Next, Yi Luotian stepped forward with an icy smile. A casual wave of his hand was all it took to seriously injure the Heavenly Eagle members and send them flying. Next, he arrived in front of Lung Bingshuang. Although the latter still wanted to retaliate, Yi Luotian's attack had scattered all the Genesis Qi in her body, making it impossible for her to gather it again for a short period of time. Hence, she could only helplessly watch as Yi Luotian lifted his hand and swung it at her head. Lung Bingshuang, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for saving Xiao Yang back then. Hey. Then, as Yi Luotian's palm landed, the sound of wind whistling suddenly filled the air. Almost at the same time, A black-robed figure appeared in front of Lung Bingshuang like a ghost. A palm covered in light blue flames violently collided with Yi Luotian's descending palm with a loud bang. Chapter 1074. Bang! In the depths of the Shilin mountain range, a muffled thump resounded across the horizon. At almost the same time, Yi Luotian, who had been attacking Lung Bingshuang, was also blown back by this sudden attack. The ferocious and domineering force sent Yi Luotian flying. The powerful force even forcefully broke the bones in his arm, while the blood in his body churned. In the blink of an eye, Yi Luotian's figure had disappeared from this world. Only a muffled thump could be heard. It was clear that the latter had smashed into the mountain range in the distance. As for the exact situation, even Qin Shuo, who was present, had no idea. The sudden change in the battlefield caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Numerous shocked gazes simultaneously landed on the black-robed figure who had suddenly appeared in front of them. When everyone saw the latter's handsome face, the shock in their hearts was even more irreplaceable. Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at the group of people in front of him. His extremely cold gaze paused on Qin Shuo, who was leading the group. The latter's heart immediately became cold. This black-robed young man in front of him actually gave him an unknown pressure. Subsequently, Xiao Yang's gaze turned and looked at the pale Lung Bingshuang behind him. When Xiao Yang bent down, Lung Bingshuang was also staring at Xiao Yang in shock. The shock in her heart was indescribable. Over the past few years, Lung Bingshuang had never heard of any trace of the latter. Back then, Xiao Yang had left for the western wastelands and never returned. She had even almost believed that the latter was dead. She never expected that Xiao Yang would suddenly appear at her most dangerous moment. Moreover, his strength seemed to have reached an extremely frightening level. Unfortunately, given her current condition, she was unable to detect the depth of Xiao Yang's aura. The bent Xiao Yang did not hesitate. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved a Tier 5 pill from his storage ring. Without waiting for Lung Bingshuang's consent, he directly stuffed it into her mouth. Immediately, a warm medicinal power immediately spread throughout Lung Bingshuang's body. The warm feeling that was transmitted from within her body caused Lung Bingshuang's nose to involuntarily emit a soft moan. The expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily froze. Lung Bingshuang also hurriedly turned her head. After which, Xiao Yang stood up. His eyes then looked towards Tian Ying's group, who had landed on the mountain peak in the distance. At this moment, the 5 of them were already seriously injured. However, their eyes were still filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yang. Their eyes were filled with joy. Although they were unable to discern the depth of Xiao Yang's cultivation from the previous attack, with Xiao Yang present today, these people in the Qin Desolate Maze Valley were destined to be unable to do anything to them. This was a kind of trust, a trust towards Xiao Yang's strength. Under Lung Bingshuang's shocked gaze, Xiao Yang carried the latter's delicate body and placed her beside Sky Eagle and the rest. After which, he fed them elixirs before he once again flashed into the sky. His icy gaze once again looked towards Qin Shuo and the rest. "Brat, who are you?" With Qin Shuo's cultivation, he was naturally able to see through Xiao Yang's background with a single glance. The middle level of the origin transformation realm. It must be said that it was indeed very shocking for a young man to possess such a cultivation. However, it would be wishful thinking for Qin Shuo to rely on such a cultivation to deal with him. The difference between the origin transformation cultivators was as large as a chasm. Even if there was only a slight difference, it would be enough for him to crush his opponent, let alone when he was facing Xiao Yang, who was only at the mid-origin transformation realm. Xiao Yang. The instant the words left his mouth, Xiao Yang's figure immediately turned into a streak of light. He was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared before Qin Shuo. A fist viciously smashed towards Qin Shuo's head. "You're Xiao Yang?" Hearing this name, Qin Shuo was immediately shocked. He never would have thought that this so-called Xiao Yang was actually just a young man. "Xiao Yang, since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll deal with you and Lung Bingshuang together today." Seeing Xiao Yang charge over, Qin Shuo did not back down. With a wave of his hands, 2 short spears appeared in his hands once more. With a flash, The sharp tips of the spears viciously stabbed towards Xiao Yang's head. The way the two of them fought with their lives on the line shocked the surrounding onlookers. However, in the next moment, Qin Shuo twisted his body. While the short spears continued to stab forward, they managed to avoid hitting his vitals. On the other hand, Xiao Yang did not dodge. When the short spear was shot over, the speed at which he attacked suddenly increased. At the same time, a ferocious heavenly flame instantly gushed out with a puff sound and swiftly wrapped around his entire body. A frighteningly high temperature was immediately released. One could see that the short spear that was swiftly piercing toward Xiao Yang actually swiftly melted in front of the heavenly flame at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yang's fist also suddenly trembled. From an extremely strange angle, it violently smashed into Qin Shuo's chest. Bang! The ice spears melted and the Genesis chi on them scattered. On the other hand, Qin Shuo's fist-wrapped fist viciously smashed into his chest. The embroidered robes he wore instantly exploded into fragments that filled the air from front to back. The terrifying force forcefully shattered the bones in his chest, causing his entire face to instantly turn red. Subsequently, with a poochie sound, a large mouthful of blood was violently vomited. His muscular body uncontrollably flew backwards and smashed into the crowd behind him. When everyone focused their gazes, they saw that there was an inch-deep fist imprint on Qin Shuo's chest. Fresh blood continuously gushed out around the bright red fist imprint. His face had also instantly turned deathly white and the aura in his body had become extremely chaotic. Quickly after, Xiao Yang moved once again, forcing his way into the crowd. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Xiao Yang punched one after another. In the short span of a few breaths, over a dozen Do Di experts were completely annihilated by Xiao Yang. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to attack Qin Shuo again, Yi Luotian, who had originally been sent flying, suddenly appeared at some unknown point in time and forcefully pushed back Xiao Yang. By the time Xiao Yang returned to his senses, Yi Luotian had already swiftly fled the area with Qin Shuo. Soon after, Xiao Yang, who was originally about to give chase, was suddenly attracted by a cry of surprise from the mountain behind him. The instant he turned his head, he saw Lung Bingshuang, who had been resting after consuming a medicinal pill. For some unknown reason, a thin layer of ice had suddenly appeared on her lovely body, rapidly covering it at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. As a result, Lung Bingshuang had fainted. Chapter 1075. Western Region, deep within the Shilin mountain range, at the bottom of a blazing volcano. Xiao Yang's expression was grave as he looked at Lung Bingshuang, whose entire body was covered by a layer of solid ice. His heart was incomparably anxious. He did not expect that in order to deal with Qin Shuo, Lung Bingshuang would actually use such an extreme method to raise her own strength. The latter's action was no different from committing suicide. After a simple investigation, Xiao Yang clearly discovered that there was actually a small piece of ice crystal within Lung Bingshuang's body. The reason for her current state was also because of that ice crystal. That piece of ice crystal was no ordinary ice. It was an extreme cold ice soul. In order to be able to obtain sufficient strength in a short period of time, Lung Bingshuang had actually forcefully obtained an extreme cold ice soul from the icy spirit cold spring and swallowed it into her body. This also led to the latter's current state. Endless yin-cold energy uncontrollably spread out. The powerful energy allowed Lung Bingshuang to possess a frightening one-sided battle strength when fighting against Qin Shuo. However, at the same time, the spreading of the yin-cold energy within her body also affected her internal organs and bones in the shortest amount of time. Under Xiao Yang's investigation, the cold ice had already covered a large portion of Lung Bingshuang's internal organs. Extremely cold temperatures were continuously being released and the life within her body was disappearing at an extremely fast rate. Currently, the cold ice that wrapped around Lung Bingshuang's body was nothing much. However, the most important thing was the extreme cold ice soul within her body. If the yin-cold energy within was allowed to continue spreading, it was likely that even with Lung Bingshuang's cultivation, it would be very difficult for her to survive. Due to their respective injuries, Tianying and the rest did not follow Xiao Yang into this place. Hence, at this moment, only Xiao Yang and Lung Bingshuang were at the bottom of this cave. Puff! Without any hesitation, Xiao Yang extended his hand and waved. Pale blue flames immediately gushed out. The raging flames immediately covered the layer of ice on the surface of Lung Bingshuang's body. A terrifyingly high temperature was also released. Immediately, the originally solid layer of ice rapidly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only when Lung Bingshuang's delicate body was once again exposed to the air did the heavenly flame quietly dissipate. Although the ice layer was broken, it could not solve the problem. Xiao Yang, who was well aware of this, did not have any hesitation. Then, he pointed out 2 fingers and touched Lung Bingshuang's forehead. A small flame ignited. The blue flame released a scorching temperature and invaded Lung Bingshuang's body, protecting her mind from being invaded by the cold air. Then, Xiao Yang made a series of moves. After a little flame on his hands and feet, he turned his gaze back to Lung Bingshuang's proud body. Looking at the delicate body in front of him, Xiao Yang frowned. His face could not help but reveal a difficult expression. He knew that this woman was not to be trifled with. Last time, she had almost taken his life. If she were to do it again, it would be very difficult for her to let him off. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang could not help but clench his teeth and frown as he pondered. Now, even saving her had become a big problem. After a long while, Xiao Yang, who saw the ice on Lung Bingshuang's delicate body once again, finally made up his mind. Saving her was the most important thing. Moreover, Lung Bingshuang had saved his life before. Even if they had already settled the score, with Xiao Yang's character, it was impossible for him to not save the latter. Sorry, I have no choice but to do this. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Yang stretched out his right hand, bent his 5 fingers, and landed on Lung Bingshuang's lower abdomen. Immediately, a refreshing ice-cold aura gushed out like a fountain, rushing straight to Xiao Yang's palm. Feeling this sudden energy impact, Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed. With a thought, a ferocious flame suddenly surged out, covering his entire palm. Then, at the fingertips of his 5 fingers and the center of his palm, it split into 6 scorching energy auras and poured into Lung Bingshuang's body. The 6 energies quickly spread to the various meridians in Lung Bingshuang's body. From small to large, at an extremely fast speed, they expelled the cold yin energy that was distributed throughout her body. Finally, it was her internal organs. The entire process of expelling the cold yin energy lasted for a full 4 hours. During the entire process, not only did he have to consider the strength of the distribution of the cold yin energy, he also had to consider the condition of Lung Bingshuang's body. After all, the latter still had injuries on her body. Even with the recovery of a level 5 medicinal pill, if he was not careful, there was still the possibility of leaving behind injuries. In addition, because Lung Bingshuang's attribute was also ice, when expelling the cold yin energy, Xiao Yang had to be even more careful. Otherwise, it was possible that Lung Bingshuang's body would be injured. If her cultivation was affected, even if the latter could recover, she would hate him to the bones. After that, it was time for the extreme Arctic ice soul. The extreme Arctic ice soul itself contained an extremely dense cold yin energy. If the cold yin energy was used properly, it would naturally become a miraculous elixir that could help raise one's cultivation. However, if it was not controlled, or if it was consumed in excess, then it would very likely become a lethal weapon. Lung Bingshuang had obviously consumed too much of it. With her current cultivation, it was impossible for her to completely refine it. The only way now was to disperse the cold yin energy contained in the extreme Arctic ice soul as much as possible, then use the heavenly flame to slowly refine it. As for this process, it was likely to be extremely long. However, for Xiao Yang, this was undoubtedly the safest way. Thinking of doing it, with Lung Bingshuang's current situation, there was not much of a choice. Subsequently, Xiao Yang withdrew his palm. At the same time, the cold yin energy that was sealed in Lung Bingshuang's body was once again released. Waves of strong cold yin energy rapidly spread out, and the little color that had recovered on Lung Bingshuang's pretty face also quickly faded. Subsequently, Xiao Yang stretched out his hands and placed them flat on Lung Bingshuang's lower abdomen and below her neck. Waves of blazing energy were released from his palms and surged into Lung Bingshuang's body, beginning to refine the cold yin energy that was trying to continue spreading. He wanted to use a long period of time to completely exhaust the cold yin energy in the extreme Arctic ice soul. However, this time, just as Xiao Yang was preparing to refine the cold yin energy, a strange suction force suddenly surged out from the vortex in Lung Bingshuang's body. At the same time, the cold yin energy that was spreading out from the extreme Arctic ice soul suddenly seemed to be attracted by something, and uncontrollably rushed towards the center of the vortex in Lung Bingshuang's body. Almost at the same time, Lung Bingshuang's delicate body also rapidly cooled down. Her originally white skin looked even more sparkling at this moment. Sensing this, Xiao Yang hurriedly withdrew his hands. Lowering his head to look at his two icy cold palms, he suddenly felt a wave of shock in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yang lifted his eyes and saw waves of extremely cold yin energy spreading out from Lung Bingshuang's body. The energy within the extreme Arctic ice soul was also rapidly being absorbed. Strange icy blue lines also surfaced on Lung Bingshuang's arms. The moment Xiao Yang saw those lines, the expression on his face suddenly changed. This is Extreme Yin Body. Chapter 1076. The extreme yin body was similar to the woeful poison body. It was a special body constitution that was extremely rare in the world. Its attribute was on the cold side, and once it was activated, it could trigger the power of heaven and earth. It was said that wherever the extreme yin body appeared, heaven and earth would be frozen, and everything within 10,000 miles would be white. However, wherever the extreme yin body went, heaven and earth would also be frozen. Winter snow would dance everywhere, and the world would become a white purgatory. Without mentioning anything else, just the fact that it was equally famous as the woeful poison body was enough to cause countless people to be alarmed. The situation that Lung Bingshuang was currently displaying was exactly the same as the description of the extreme yin body in the legends. Damn it, why does this woman have such a ghostly physique? Xiao Yang's expression became a little ugly when he saw the extreme cold ice soul within Lung Bingshuang's body being swallowed by the latter at an extremely fast speed. He would not believe that the extreme yin body was comparable to the woeful poison body if it did not have some terrifying aspects. However, the problem was that this woman seemed to be about to wake up. Buzz! The instant Xiao Yang's exclamation sounded, Lung Bingshuang's originally tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened at this moment. At the same time, her ice-cold delicate body also suddenly stood up. An extremely icy aura also swept out at the same time. The icy aura instantly caused the temperature within the cave to drop. Even the magma that was continuously churning a moment ago also involuntarily calmed down, as if it had been frozen. At the same time, Xiao Yang hurriedly raised his head and looked. His heart immediately turned cold. Indeed, Lung Bingshuang's pair of beautiful eyes were completely pale at this moment. There was not the slightest bit of spirit in them. The indifferent expression on her pretty face was extremely cold. The most frightening thing was that this woman was currently staring intently at Xiao Yang, as if she wanted to kill the latter for his disrespectful actions earlier. Sensing the killing intent in Lung Bingshuang's ice-cold eyes, Xiao Yang felt a chill down his spine. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang's delicate body trembled. In the blink of an eye, she had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. Without any hesitation, she raised her jade-like hand and an extremely cold ice instantly covered her slender palm. Then, she viciously slapped Xiao Yang's face. This woman, what a terrifying reading speed. Xiao Yang had always known the horror of Lung Bingshuang, but it was not until this moment that he truly felt the tyrannical strength of the other party after witnessing the latter's terrifying speed. Fortunately, this guy did not have any strange means, otherwise, Xiao Yang would really have a hard time dealing with him. At the same time as his expression changed, Xiao Yang's figure also rapidly retreated. His feet stomped heavily on the ground, and his body leaned back slightly. Only then did he manage to narrowly avoid Lung Bingshuang's slap. Hiss! Although he dodged Lung Bingshuang's jade-like hand, the extremely cold wind still left a few shallow bloodstains on Xiao Yang's face. Then, without waiting for Xiao Yang to stabilize his body, Lung Bingshuang actually followed up and slapped Xiao Yang's abdomen. Although Xiao Yang still managed to dodge this blow with his extraordinary speed, the jade-like hand still slipped through Xiao Yang's crotch. The cold wind immediately caused Xiao Yang's lower body to tighten and his scalp to go numb. After that, in the face of Lung Bingshuang's attack, Xiao Yang did not dare to slack off in the slightest. He was afraid that this crazy woman would do something terrible with her slap. In the face of the latter's endless attacks, Xiao Yang continuously attacked and received all of Lung Bingshuang's attacks. After that, Lung Bingshuang even released the Great Tao of Frost. 20 ice mirrors were released at the same time, surrounding Xiao Yang from all directions. Waves of sharp energy wind constantly rushed towards Xiao Yang. If not for the Great Tao of Void, even Xiao Yang would have suffered quite a bit of damage from it. With the flow of time, Xiao Yang was shocked to discover that the cave under the volcano had unknowingly been completely sealed by ice. This was not only limited to the 4 walls of the cave but also the originally churning magma. The hot fire glow had long since disappeared. Instead, it was a kind of dark coal-like black color. The entire surface of the magma had basically been completely cooled. Moreover, with the increasing thickness of the cold ice that covered the cave, it was likely that Xiao Yang would have nowhere to retreat if this continued. At that time, he would really be in trouble. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. The manifestation of Lung Bingshuang's extreme yin had now erupted. Although the energy contained in the extreme cold ice soul was no longer a concern, the current Lung Bingshuang was even more dangerous than before. Even Xiao Yang himself could not avoid being surrounded by danger. If he wanted to resolve all this danger, he had to stop Lung Bingshuang at this moment. But, thinking of a certain point in his heart, Xiao Yang could not help but hesitate. That kind of result was probably not something that he could bear. Or perhaps, it was not something that Lung Bingshuang could bear. According to the records in the ancient books that Xiao Yang had read in the past, since ancient times, the appearance of the extreme yin body was extremely rare. Moreover, every time it appeared, it was in the female group. This might be due to the innate coldness of the female body. However, regardless of which aspect one looked at, the strength of the extreme yin body was obvious to all. However, since ancient times, there had never been any method to control the special constitution of the extreme yin body. It should be known that even if it was a terrifying woeful poison body, the ancient books more or less had some methods to deal with it. However, the extreme yin body was something that no one in the world could do anything about. Of course, this did not mean that there was no method to deal with it just because the ancient books did not have it. Xiao Yang once remembered that when he had mentioned this matter to Yarrow Larrow back then, Yarrow Larrow had once said that the essence of the extreme yin body was caused by the excessive yin and cold force. It was also divided into innate and acquired. An innate body was innate to the yin and cold force, but its constitution would have an incubation period. It could be a few years or it could be a lifetime. As for an acquired body, it was caused by the accumulation of yin and cold force over a long period of time. Once an acquired extreme yin body was formed, there would no longer be any method to make up for it. However, Yarrow Larrow had personally refuted this definite answer. Since the extreme yin body was caused by the overabundance of dark and cold energy, as long as a person with an extremely strong and fierce physique copulated with it, logically speaking, there would be a high chance of success. Of course, since ancient times, there was no lack of people who attempted to do so. Unfortunately, forget about copulation, it was extremely difficult for an ordinary expert to even approach a person with an extreme yin body. Even if they were able to forcefully approach, most of them would be unable to endure due to the overabundance of dark and cold energy surrounding the latter's body. After which, they would be ruthlessly killed by a person with an extreme yin body. However, Xiao Yang was an exception amongst all of this. After hesitating for quite a while, Xiao Yang returned to his senses. He discovered that there was only a few dozen meters of space between him and Lung Bingshuang. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang had completely absorbed the extreme chilling ice soul. The presence she gave off was actually terrifyingly powerful. She was only a step away from returnance. If he could not control her now, it would really be too late. God damn it. I promise you that I will take responsibility for you until the end. Xiao Yang quietly cursed in his heart. In the end, he clenched his teeth in a vicious manner. A thought passed through his mind and the 3-elephant skill was instantly displayed. At the same time, a fierce flame instantly wrapped around his body. After which, he firmly grabbed Lung Bingshuang's hand, which was once again attacking him, in his palm. At the same time, his other hand violently waved. An invisible force instantly tore apart the icy blue long dress that was wrapped around Lung Bing-Shuang's lovely body. Chapter 1077. Bang! Following a muffled explosion, ice fragments flew in all directions and the entire cave trembled. The aftermath of the explosion reverberated endlessly within the cave, causing waves of buzzing sounds to reverberate within the cave. A human figure flashed in the depths of the cave, continuously easily dodging the icicles that were attacking him. At the same time, the thick layer of ice that filled the entire cave also began to gradually peel off. The magma that was sealed under the ice also gradually regained some vitality at this moment. Die! Within the cave, only a delicate cry that was filled with killing intent was heard. Several icicles that were filled with a piercing chill once again shot forward, ruthlessly piercing towards the black-robed young man. In response to this, the black-robed young man merely twisted his body and easily dodged all of them. Soon after, the icicles once again broke apart the thick layer of ice behind him. Seeing that her attack was actually dodged so easily, the woman's exhausted pretty face once again revealed an expression of shame and anger. Dragging her tired delicate body, she took a step forward with her pair of stunningly beautiful legs in pain and charged towards the black-robed young man. However, immediately after, the woman's delicate body suddenly went limp and she powerlessly fell to the ground. However, the black-robed man's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. His body suddenly flashed and he instantly appeared in front of the woman. Both of his hands extended and once again landed on the woman's smooth delicate body. At the same time, he supported her up. "Let go of this, king." The roar that was filled with rage was somewhat hoarse. A pair of ice-blue beautiful eyes were completely red at this moment. With a twist of her jade-like hand, an icicle immediately condensed in her palm and ruthlessly pierced towards the chest of the black-robed young man in front of her. Crack! However, the instant the icicle pierced through the black robe and made contact with the black-robed young man's chest, it was as if it had struck an iron wall and instantly shattered. The woman's slender and delicate hand instead landed on the black-robed young man's warm chest as if she was caressing it. The sudden icy-cold feeling caused the heart of the black-robed young man to suddenly tighten. His hands, which were supporting the woman, subconsciously withdrew. The woman's soft and delicate body immediately pressed tightly against the black-robed young man's chest. The exquisite skin and softness to the touch caused the black-robed young man's entire body to tremble. Even though he had already understood the gentleness and beauty of this delicate body, touching it once again at this moment caused the impression in his heart to deepen. Almost at the same time, the pretty nose of the woman in his embrace could not help but let out a lovely snort. The warm breath exhaled from her pretty nose caused the heart of the black-robed young man to surge. Hiss! In the next moment, the woman actually used what little strength she had left to open her alluring lips and fiercely bite the man's chest. As if he was afraid of hurting the woman in his arms, the black-robed young man did not use any strength from the beginning to the end. He allowed the boiling blood to stick to the woman's red lips, making her look even more alluring. The black-robed young man, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and persisted. "Xiao Yang, when I recover, I will definitely kill you." Suddenly, the tears in the beautiful eyes of the woman in his embrace finally gushed out unwillingly. The tears dripped onto Xiao Yang's chest. The trace of coldness and the strange itchiness when the tears fell did not make Xiao Yang let go of the woman in his embrace. Instead, he wrapped his arms behind him and hugged the woman's delicate body even more tightly into his embrace. "I'm sorry, in that situation, if I didn't do anything, then your extreme yin body would very likely completely erupt. At that time, no one would be able to suppress it. You don't need to care about that. I just want to save you. You're not worthy." The woman in his embrace shouted out these three hoarse words with shame and indignation, and Xiao Yang also became silent because of this. "Then what do you think I should do to be worthy?" After being silent for a long while, Xiao Yang suddenly lowered his head and clenched his teeth. A pale blue flame rose in the depths of his pair of pitch-black eyes. He stared intently at the soft woman in his embrace, and there was a domineering and gentle anger in his eyes. When Lung Bing-Shuang heard Xiao Yang's words, her entire person was suddenly stunned. Especially when she noticed Xiao Yang's eyes, The bottom of her heart could not help but tremble. Her red lips that were stained with blood opened slightly, but she did not spit out a word. Instead, a faint fishy sweet taste entered her mouth. Immediately, under Lung Bingshuang's shocked gaze, Xiao Yang suddenly lowered his head and sucked on the former's delicate red lips. Ignoring the other party's struggle, he forcefully kissed her. It was a long while later that Xiao Yang finally separated from the former. His fierce gaze was still staring at Lung Bingshuang in his embrace. The domineering gaze actually caused Lung Bingshuang's heart to jump wildly, and the thoughts in her mind had yet to recover from the shocking kiss just now. Huff! Xiao Yang inhaled a deep breath of air. After which, when the woman in his embrace recovered, he once again opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "If you think that only a man who is stronger than you is qualified to be your husband, then I will use my strength to conquer you now." After saying those words, the man did not wait for Lung Bingshuang to open her mouth to argue. The man's body directly pushed the woman in his embrace down. Under the latter's sharp exclamation, the man overbearingly and mercilessly tore apart the long dress that the woman was wearing again. In the next moment, the interior of the cave was overflowing with spring. The two of them only left the bottom of the volcano at noon the next day with different expressions. When the two of them appeared in the outside world, the little fairy doctor and the rest, who were led by the Northern King, had already arrived. They were waiting for Xiao Yang to appear. Xiao Yang's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the group of elite Dou-Di. Immediately, the group respectfully bowed to Xiao Yang. "Chief." A voice that was filled with an imposing aura reverberated unceasingly within this mountain range. Xiao Yang nodded his head with a solemn expression when he heard this. Tian Ying and the others by the side had already recovered by half with the help of Xiao Yang's Tier 5 medicinal pills. Although their auras were still weak, they were able to move on their own. When they discovered this group of people, they had nearly thought that Qin Shuo's group had come to attack again. It was only at this moment that they saw the attitude of this group of people towards Xiao Yang. Only then did they understand in their hearts that this group of people was actually the experts that Xiao Yang had brought with him. At the same time that they understood this point, the few of them involuntarily felt a shock in their hearts. After not seeing each other for a couple of years, it was unexpected that the Xiao Yang in front of them was far from the Xiao Yang that they knew back then. Not only was his cultivation frighteningly powerful, but he also possessed his own faction. It was really a case of a scholar being looked at in a different light after 3 days apart. However, while most of the people's gazes were gathered on Xiao Yang suddenly discovered that the little fairy doctor's eyes had unknowingly made contact with Lung Bingshuang, whose pretty face was indifferent. Immediately, a bad premonition swiftly rose within Xiao Yang's heart. Chapter 1078. In the depths of the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yang's figure stood proudly on a mountain peak. Beside him was the alluring Lung Bingshuang. Her delicate face was expressionless, but there were traces of resentment in her eyes as she glanced at the black-robed young man beside her from time to time. The little fairy doctor and the rest were also silently standing in front of Xiao Yang. Several dozen gazes landed on Xiao Yang's body in unison, their eyes filled with respect. After witnessing the terrifying speed Xiao Yang had displayed that day, the black-robed young man's weight in their hearts had abruptly increased. His speed was far too frightening. In fact, it was much faster than the Northern King they had seen before. It was very difficult to imagine that he was only an intermediate origin transformation stage expert. It was no wonder that he had been able to kill Qin Shu. Without sufficient strength, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to accomplish such a feat. Subsequently, Xiao Yang entrusted Tian Ying to lead the 30-plus Dou-Di experts into his cave dwelling to rest. With Xiao Yang leading the way, Tian Ying was naturally much more courteous to these people. The group quickly left, leaving behind only Xiao Yang, Lung Bingshuang, and 3 others. The other 2 were naturally the little fairy doctor and Cai. Ever since Cai started following the little fairy doctor, although she rarely spoke, her every action was in accordance with the little fairy doctor's thoughts. In just a few short months, the tacit understanding between the 2 of them had increased to an extremely terrifying level. Cai could naturally sense the strange atmosphere between the little fairy doctor and Lung Bingshuang. Her expression immediately darkened as she stared at Lung Bingshuang with hostility surging from the depths of her eyes. At the same time, the powerful Genesis chi in her body began to circulate. Xiao Yang suddenly extended his hand just as Cai was about to flare up. He grabbed Cai's wrist, and the latter immediately recovered. Her respectful eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yang in front of her. A respectful expression surfaced in her pretty eyes. "Master," Cai lowered her head and timidly called out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang frowned and nodded. Soon after, he said in a low voice, "Cai, your current cultivation isn't any weaker than mine, but your temperament is still shallow, so I can't teach you too much. I can only tell you that people live for themselves. Before you do anything, you have to think clearly about the purpose of doing it, and why you are doing it. People can't always be immersed in the past, you still have a long way to go in the future. I don't want you to be depressed like this, and your brother also doesn't want you to become like this." Big brother. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Cai's eyes immediately brightened. A familiar figure appeared in her mind's mind. But, although the latter had already passed, her brothers to her. To time, of course. It was a long while later before a layer of faint fog suddenly surged into Cai's lifeless eyes. After which, she spoke to Xiao Yang before leaving on her own. Xiao Yang also watched Cai's back as she left. Only a moment later did he recover. His expression was complicated as he looked at the two people in front of him. Now that Cai's matter was barely resolved, the matter between the two women in front of him was really difficult to deal with. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had saved the fire of others, but it was difficult to settle the trouble he had caused. At this moment, the two women were staring at each other with their beautiful, sparkling eyes. The invisible confrontation caused the atmosphere in the air to become more and more anxious. This was a war without smoke. There was no wind and no waves, but it was like a stormy sea. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh bitterly in his heart. Sigh, Xiao Yang repeatedly sighed in his heart. It was a long while later before he gathered his courage and took a step between the two of them, blocking their line of sight. However, just as Xiao Yang thought that this would be able to end this battle, the originally calm two people actually lifted their hands in a ghost-like manner as though they had agreed beforehand. In front of Xiao Yang's shocked and terrified gaze, the two of them, both palms rang out, and the clear and loud sound of a slap reverberated on the mountain peak. Xiao Yang's face instantly became distorted. His eyes widened, and there was a look of disbelief. The inexplicable attack caused Xiao Yang to be stunned. He actually couldn't recover for a long time. No matter what, he didn't expect that the two women would actually attack him in such a strange manner. Moreover, the speed and viciousness of the attack seemed to have been rehearsed countless times. It must be said that the tacit understanding between women was really so strange that it was frightening, after which, the two women once again became quiet. After exchanging glances with each other, they prepared to leave. It was also at this moment that a human figure did indeed fly over at an extremely fast speed from the distant mountain range. At the same time, the gazes of the three people on the mountain peak were also attracted over at the same time. Within a short couple of minutes, that human figure appeared in front of Xiao Yang's group. The person who had come was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was that of an intermediate 7-star Do Di. He was wearing a yellow robe, and there was a special badge on his chest that had the word Gu carved on it. This was the symbol of the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. This person was someone from the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. Killing intent immediately flashed across Lung Bingshuang's pretty face the moment she recognized this person. Xiao Yang stopped Lung Bingshuang, who was about to attack. Although the killing intent in the latter's heart did not diminish, for some unknown reason, it actually retreated. Although she was filled with hatred towards the person who had taken her body, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to kill him. Killing intent had just risen in her heart when it mysteriously dissipated. In fact, when facing Xiao Yang, she actually lost control of the Genesis chi in her body. As for the little fairy doctor, she didn't know the identity of the person who had come and naturally couldn't feel any enmity. Moreover, given her current cultivation level, she couldn't do anything even if she had any enmity. As for the person who had come, he seemed to already have a target. He wasn't here for the master of the Shalin mountain range, Lung Bingshuang. Instead, he was here for the young man in black robes at the front of the trio. The yellow-robed person stood 100 feet away from the trio. He didn't say anything and instead shot a jade strip at Xiao Yang from afar. When he confirmed that the jade strip had landed in Xiao Yang's hands, he turned around and fled without any hesitation. Die. However, the moment the yellow-robed person turned around, Lung Bingshuang, who was behind Xiao Yang, suddenly attacked. She threw a palm through the air. Carrying the suppressed fury in her heart, she instantly killed the yellow-robed person. Xiao Yang involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he saw this scene. A chill appeared on his back. Chapter 1079. On the cliff, Xiao Yang involuntarily shrunk his neck when he saw Lung Bingshuang slap the yellow-robed man to death. Subsequently, he hurriedly picked up the jade strip in his hand when Lung Bingshuang shot a cold glare at him. Soon after, Xiao Yang injected a sliver of energy into the jade strip. The information contained within the jade strip appeared in front of Xiao Yang and the other two. What appeared in front of Xiao Yang and the other two was an image. The figures in the image were Qin Shuo and Yi Luotian, who had fled not long ago. When they saw the two of them, Xiao Yang and Lung Bingshuang's expressions immediately darkened. When the little fairy doctor saw this, a trace of enmity also flashed across her pretty face. Just from the image alone, Xiao Yang could clearly sense that the injuries on the two of them seemed to have recovered significantly. It was likely that they had used quite a number of high-tier medicinal pills. The purpose of this image was likely to create a certain amount of psychological pressure on Xiao Yang. Unfortunately, these things were completely useless against Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, I truly did not expect that you have actually grown to such an extent in just a few short years. This is truly astonishing. In the image, Yi Luotian revealed a sinister smile. His venomous eyes seemed to really be waiting for Xiao Yang. Even though this gaze did not contain any substance, it still caused one's heart to tighten. It was as if there was an invisible blade at one's throat. In response, Xiao Yang and the other two directly ignored this. They were not afraid of this invisible threat at all. Soon after, the silk-robed Qin Shuo in the image spoke. Xiao Yang and Lung Bingshuang. Good, all of you have finally gathered. Just you wait. 10 days later, it will be the time of your death. His gloomy voice was filled with endless killing intent, and his eyes were filled with malevolence. It was as if he had already seen the miserable defeat of Xiao Yang and the others 10 days later. Keikakik, Xiao Yang, will be waiting for you at Shahepu in 10 days. If you don't come, we'll lead all the forces in the western region and flatten the Shalin mountain range. Let's see where you can hide then. At the end of the video, Yi Luotian once again let out a sinister laugh, while icy killing intent involuntarily flashed across the faces of Xiao Yang and the rest. This fellow was completely using the entire Shalin mountain range as a wager to threaten them. Boom. When the image in front of him ended, Xiao Yang randomly crushed the jade token in his hand. After which, he slowly raised his head. His gaze looked at the distant sky. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an arc as he coldly said, "You are right." The corners of his mouth curled up as he coldly said, "Yi Luotian, Ghost Hall, send out the order. 10 days later, we'll meet Shahepu." Xiao Yang immediately turned around after his words sounded. However, the smile on his face suddenly stiffened in the next moment. He saw that the two women behind him were staring at him with icy-cold eyes without moving. Those icy-cold eyes caused one's heart to feel a chill. Naturally, there was no one to convey the order from his mouth. Xiao Yang was stunned. His heart immediately felt a little stupefied. He opened his mouth, but was unable to spit out a single word. His entire body was rooted to the ground like a piece of wood. It was a long while later before the two women in front of him snorted coldly, turned around and left. Only then did Xiao Yang's suspended heart finally relax. A couple of hours later, Xiao Yang and the upper echelons of Xiao Gate were seated within Sky Eagle's cave. At this moment, everyone's expressions were simultaneously grave. After being informed by the little fairy doctor, they were already aware of the battle with the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley 10 days later. Currently, they were most worried about the true strength of the other party. The Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was an old faction in the Western region and was once known as the overlord of the Western region. Its foundation was naturally not to be underestimated. Yi Luotian had gathered the four great sects and naturally had quite a number of experts under him. If these two joined hands, their strength would be enough to sweep through the entire Western region. Based on Sky Eagle's understanding of these two, there were likely over 50 elite Do Di under the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. The number of Ban Di experts was even more difficult to estimate. Just this point alone was something that the current Xiao Gate could not compare with. However, if that was all, it would be fine. After all, just the number of origin transformation experts on the Xiao sect side, including Lung Bingshuang, amounted to 4. They had 2 more origin transformation experts than the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. If this was the case, as long as there were 2 of them remaining, even if there were 50 elite Do Di in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, they would still be able to easily suppress them. After all, the so-called elite Do Di was nothing in front of an origin transformation expert. Unfortunately, just when everyone believed that this battle would not be a problem, Lung Bingshuang's pretty ice-cold face suddenly opened her mouth and revealed the fact that there were still 2 origin transformation experts in the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley. Everyone present was immediately shocked when these words were uttered. Even Xiao Yang's expression changed. Other people might be unaware, but he clearly understood that Yi Luotian had colluded with the Ghost Hall. In the battle 10 days later, the people from the Ghost Hall would definitely head out and attack him. Their goal was to capture him. At that time, it was likely that the Ghost Hall would take out at least 2 origin transformation experts. Originally, Xiao Yang thought that if this was the case, the 4 of them would still be able to fight. However, if the other party still had 2 origin transformation experts, if the other party were to suddenly take out 2 origin transformation experts in a 4 against 4 situation, they would definitely be able to turn the situation around in an instant. At the same time, the people from Xiao Gate's side would definitely be affected. The battle situation would become even more dangerous. The originally disadvantageous situation would only cause them to lose any chance of victory. Hence, if Xiao Yang wanted to defeat the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, the only method was to find other helpers. However, there were only a few origin transformation experts in the entire Western region. Where would he find any helpers? However, just when Xiao Yang was feeling slightly anxious, his gaze inadvertently glanced at Tianying's group. More accurately, it should be the scaled serpent among them. The moment he saw the latter, Xiao Yang seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately brightened and a glint of light flashed through the depths of his eyes. If he remembered correctly, there might be other origin transformation experts in the Western region. Xiao Yang clearly remembered that he had once sensed the aura of an origin transformation expert in that place. Now that he thought about it, he had been extremely lucky back then.